or they would like to consider other options like a plea offer or a modification to bond. If you're a defendant, I see we only have 2 in courtroom 2. So which case can we begin with?
Good morning, Your Honor. Javier Trejo on behalf of Mr. Joshua Dixon, who's position 6. He
Yes,
is
sir.
behind me. Then the other gentleman seated, if you're looking over my right shoulder, that is Mr. Gabriel Parks. He is on the probation calendar this morning.
Okay.
So I don't know if the court prefers to go ahead and handle the folks on the all-purpose calendar. If so, I would suggest that we start with Mr. Dixon.
All right. Do you have another device on? Because I'm getting some feedback from the audio.
No, ma'am. I'm sitting at the microphone in courtroom 2.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we said we were going to begin with Mr. Dixon, and that's position 6 and 7.
Mr. Dixon, want to come up?
For both the gentlemen, I'd like to remind them that they have a right to remain silent. Anything they say in open court, their statements can and will be used against them. They have a right to an attorney, and if they cannot afford one, the public defense counsel will represent them. So Mr. Joshua Keymon Dixon has got 2 matters, 23 CR 1089G, in which he's accused of battery, family violence from November 8th, 2022. And he's got a bench warrant matter, 23 FTA 1123, from November 8th, 2022, I guess. That can be correct. But I think those dates are off. But Mr. Dixon, you've been reminded of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Trejo. And we're going to do a negotiated plea. So, Mr. Dixon, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the information you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Falk, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. The state's recommendation on position 6, Joshua Dixon, is 12 months probation, serve 60 days, credit for time served 14 days. That's going to be from February 25th of 2023 to February 27th of 2023, and then December 4th of 2023 to today. Balance probated, no further contact with Jasmine Jones. That is Jazzmin. Stay away from 1829 Campbellton Road, Southwest, FVIP, and 40 hours community service, as well as no firearms. We would like to sound for Ms. Jasmine Jones at this time, and we're asking the defense to stipulate to factual basis, venue, and identification for the purposes of this plea.
So stipulated.
Ms. Jasmine Jones. All right, Mr. Trejo, as you've already stipulated to the matter, let me go ahead and ask your client. Mr. Dixon, have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
Is anyone inducing you or forcing you to plead guilty today?
No.
And has it been explained to you that if you decide to plead guilty to this charge, you would have to give up your right to a trial, to go back to court and with your attorney and have the opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, to present any defenses or mitigating factors if you choose to do so, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of battery, family violence?
Yes.
All right, your sentence is 12 months to serve 60 days. You're given credit for 14 days. So you just have a few more days to serve at the county jail. And that would be, is it about 25 days left?
Let's see, Your Honor, it looks like with the
20.
calculation,
I have 23 days, 23 or 25.
and I could have sworn I said he had served 14 days. I mean 15 days, not 14. But let me just double check
Okay.
what I said.
Let me amend that to serve 60 days less credit for 15 days. So that should give him 15 more days at the jail. Would
That's
that be
right. That's what my math looks like.
okay?
Yes, and Your Honor, that was my fault. I did say 14 days. For some reason, I thought it was 15. But yes, you were correct.
Okay. So it's credit 15 days or 14 days? Just to be
14 days.
14 days. All right. After he's completed the additional time, he will report to probation at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. And that report date will be the first weekday immediately after his release, which could be a Monday, a Tuesday, or a Thursday. He must report before 3 p.m. And while on probation, he will complete the domestic violence intervention program. He must begin that program within 60 days of being released. He will also complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. He's not to possess and be near any firearms. He's to stay away from 1829 Campbellton Road and have no contact with Jasmine Jones, to continue to stay 200 yards away from her and not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner. Thank you. And position number 7, which is the bench warrant, will be null prost.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So
Sir, let's take up our probation revocation matter. Who's our,
Mr. Parks. Next, we got Mr. Parks. He's position number 5 on the probation.
thank you.
Francois, I have Gabriel Parks. Is that correct?
Oh, Mr. Parks.
That's
Yeah.
right, Your Honor.
Okay.
Verbal yes or no. It's all right.
We are on our probation revocation matter. Officer Allison is present for the state. Mr. Gabriel Parks is got a probation violation matter under case 23 PV 1670. His underlying case is 23 CR 002167B, in which he was accused of criminal trespass and possession and use of a drug-related object. Mr. Parks, you've been reminded of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Javier Trevo. Officer Allison, may I place you under oath for this calendar?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
Thank you. All right, and what's the state's recommendation for position 5?
Mr. Parks, he failed to report as directed on June 20th, 2023, June 27th, 2023, and July 11th, 2023. He did not complete ADET. He has 255 days remaining on probation. Probation is recommending to continue on probation and complete the ADET within 30 days.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Trejo?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, this will be recorded as a probation violation. Mr. Parks will continue on probation, which means he'll be released within 24 hours if he has no other holds at the jail. He must report to probation on Monday, next Monday, the first Monday that's coming up, and he must be there before 3 p.m. All right, he will continue on probation is a remainder of 255 days, less the time that he's already been at the Fulton County Jail. He will complete an alcohol and drug evaluation, and that must be done within 30 days from today. And if he doesn't complete it within the next 30 days, well, probation will invite him back to the jail. He will continue to report to probation until the remainder of his time is concluded. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Your Honor.
And the probation violation matter then is closed out. Thank you.
Thank you, Your
All right. Francois, shall I go to jail court?
Yes,
I-
that's fine, Judge.
All right. Good morning, officer.
Honor.
Good morning. I have positions 9 and 10.
Is this Mr. Keith Elam?
Wilson Elam?
Keith Wilson Elam, yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Mr. Javier, I think, Trejo, I think that's your client, if I'm not
It is, Your
mistaken.
Honor. Yes, ma'am.
And what's the announcement for this case? I'm sorry. Position 9 and 10 is going to be a negotiated plea. Okay.
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Keith Wilson Elam, my name is Judge Lal, and I'd like to remind you that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to are you listening or are you having a conversation?
Listen.
Are you listening?
Yes.
You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to represent you. Do you see your attorney, Mr. Javier Trejo, on the screen?
No.
Right here, Mr. Elam, you see me?
That's not me. I'm Larry Sims, bro. Oh, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm Larry Sims. I'm sorry. Let me get I got the wrong person. Well,
It's all right.
he's actually position 24 and 25, Larry Sims. I'm sorry.
All right. You need to pay attention to what I'm asking. If I ask you if you're Keith Wilson Elam, you tell me yes or no. So this is Mr. Larry Sims.
Yeah.
Are you Larry Sims?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
McLean,
Is Mr. McLean available?
He is, Your Honor. He's in the courtroom with us right now. We'll switch seats.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Ms. McLean. Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Larry Sims, you have a couple of matters with us as well. The first one is case 23 CR 001126H, in which you have been accused of DUI, less safe, impeding traffic flow, seatbelt violation, possession of an open alcohol container, driving while license suspended, willful obstruction of an officer, and failure to have license on person. Your second matter is a bench warrant, 23 FTA 1080. Mr. Sims, as I already indicated, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of the case, your statements can and will be used against you, and you have a right to an attorney, and Mr. McLean is representing you. Mr. McLean, shall I arraign the case?
Your Honor, we'd be glad to waive the formal reading of the accusation in position 24. I notice it's 7 counts. I was able to provide him with a written copy, which he is now in possession of 6 of the 7 counts. The only one I couldn't print out was impeding traffic flow. We understand that merges anyway, so it's not a big deal that we don't have that piece of paper. The other one, Your Honor, position 25 is the FTA.
Understood.
We would be glad to waive the formal reading of the accusation. We would ask the court to remind him of his obligation to come to court, and I believe the court typically would tell him the maximum punishment, and that would constitute our arraignment.
Mr. Sims, I've already read you the cases and the charges brought against you. Upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecutor, which is the Fulton County Solicitor General's office, will have the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecution does prevail and overcomes your legal presumption of innocence, then you could be found guilty of one or more of these offenses. Some of these charges can carry a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. And most those offenses would specifically be the DUI charge, the impeding traffic flow, possession of an open alcohol container, driving while license suspended, willful obstruction of law enforcement officer. The remaining 2 charges could be subject to a fine of less than $500. Now, these are the possible consequences if the state does carry its burden of proof. Given this information, how do you plead?
Last night when I spoke to the attorney, he said he was going to try to set it off for 1 more week. He didn't say that I had to plead today. He said he was going to try to get it set out, and that's what I was looking forward to.
Mr. McLean, can you enlighten us on that?
We could set this off another week. One more. The reset from last week was simply to get him the paperwork, Your Honor, because it wasn't available at the time.
Okay.
However, we could ask for 1 week reset. His main case is with the felony attorney in our office, and some communication and coordination would be good. So a 7-day reset would be fine.
Reset December 21st.
Thank you.
position, this is gonna be on the probation calendar, position number 7, Mr. Ridley.
That's not ready yet because, Your Honor, that one's not ready yet because he's from Cobb County and he just walked in, and we'll be glad to interview him.
Okay. Francois, if you could put Mr. Ridley on hold for a few moments. Anyone, may I go to jail court iPhone, or do you have someone in courtroom 2 ready?
The other guy that we have is also from Cobb County, so he needs to be interviewed as well. So we can go to jail court's iPhone.
Okay, there's a gentleman called Millennium who's wearing a brown jacket walking around. If you want to join, when your particular case or your friend's case is called, you can start your video. But it's very distracting you walking around. So you can either be
Okay.
seated or switch off your video. And please mute your screen. Thank you. All right, jail court iPhone, officer, sorry about that. Nice.
Okay,
Yes.
this is position 9 and 10, Mr. Elam.
All right, Mr. Elam.
Good morning, ma'am. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. And sir, just to confirm, your full name is Keith Wilson Elam. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Elam, you have 2 cases, 20 CR 792C and a bench warrant, 23 FTA 1121. The underlying case, you're charged with simple battery from January 11th, 2020. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Javier Trejo.
Yes, I seen him yesterday. He came to see me yesterday, last night.
Okay, perfect. And I understand this is going to be a negotiated plea. Would that be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Elam, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the information you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Falk, the recommendation for Mr. Elam?
Yes, Your Honor. State's recommendation is to the 1 count of simple battery is 12 months served, 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. That's going to be from January 21st to January of 2020, and then December 2nd of 2023 until today. The balance will be probated. We are asking for no further contact with Miss Danielle Jones, common spelling of each. Stay away from 320 Fairburn Road, apartment B10, 6 weeks of anger management and 40 hours of community service. The state would sound for Miss Danielle Jones, and we ask that the defense stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of this plea.
All right, Mr. Elam, you can put your hand down. And Ms. Jones, are you present? All right. Mr. Trejo, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Elam, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
Has it been explained to you that if you decide to plead guilty to simple battery, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial, to go back to court with your attorney, to assist in confronting your accuser, examining witnesses, challenge the evidence brought against you, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple battery?
Guilty, ma'am.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for 16 days. If you have no other holds at the jail, you should be released within 24 hours, but you must report to probation next Thursday. And that's when, are we open next Thursday?
No, oh, next Thursday? Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me just double check. We are open next Thursday on the 21st.
Okay. All right. So, sorry, Mr. Elam, you are to report to probation next Thursday, and that would be before 3 p.m. And the location is 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta.
By Garnett Station?
Sort of, yeah. Yeah, you're
Okay.
right. That would be the closest station to it. You're correct.
32. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
And if once you're on probation, you are to complete a 6-week anger management program, and those
Yes, ma'am.
classes must begin within 60 days of being released. You're also to complete 40 hours of community service at any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. At all times, you're to have no contact with Danielle Jones, to stay 200 yards away from her and not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner, and to stay away from the entire apartment complex at 320 Fairburn Road, especially apartment B10.
Yes, ma'am.
That concludes your case. Thank you. And your bench warrant will be null prost.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Position 7 and 8, Peters.
7 and 8.
So Mr. Doc.
Is this Mr. Joshua excuse me, Andre Lamar Doc?
No, this is position 7 and 8, last name is Peters.
Is he on an add-on calendar or the probation revocation? 7 and 8. Give me a moment. We've got 3 calendars at the same time. No, he's not Ashley Johnson, right? No.
How you doing, sorry?
Tell me your name, sir. The gentleman who is in the medical unit. What's your name?
Gerardo Peters.
Ms. Champion, Mr. Peters, is he on the probation revocation?
No, ma'am, 7 and 8 on the probation is Lamar Ridley. Trying to find which calendar he's on.
Excuse me, Judge, the gentleman sitting in the chair for medical, if you say Peters, he's position 18 is what I'm showing.
That's okay, got it. Thank you. Okay. This is position 18, Mr. Gerardus Peters. And Mr. Peters, you're represented by Mr. Michael McLean or Mr. Javier Treva?
That'll be Mr. McLean, Your Honor. Give me
Okay.
one moment, please.
Mr. McLean, we have Gerardus Peters at the medical unit on Zoom. You had a note that you've not had a chance to speak with him.
Right, Your Honor, we did speak last week, but this week, there was, an inability to get him in the wheelchair and up the stairway. So, if it pleases the court, we would ask for the opportunity to see by the end of court whether we can talk to him today sufficiently or whether that should be a Tuesday case.
Okay. Medical, may I take the next case? Mr. Peters will have to wait until he has a chance to speak to his attorney.
Come on, Mr. Dow. Have a seat right here.
Mr. Doc, you okay?
All right, medical, give me one moment. I'm taking one case at courtroom 2 and then you're next. Mr. Javier, who's your client?
This is Mr. Andre Doc, Your Honor.
I think we just passed his, was he position 8?
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, he is.
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Andre Lamar Doc is charged with willful obstruction of an officer and loitering and prowling in 23 CR 7636A. Mr. Doc, you have been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Javier Trejo. And what was the announcement for position 8, Mr. Trejo?
This will be a negotiated plea today, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Doc, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Falk?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is to count 1, the willful obstruction is 12 months concurrent with count 2. Count 2, the loitering and prowling, state's recommendation is 12 months served 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. That's going to be from November 30th of 2023. Stay away from the Georgia Power at 890 Ponce de Leon Avenue, Ponce de Leon Place, Northeast, anti-theft course and 40 hours of community service. State would ask the defense to stipulate as to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of this plea.
So stipulated.
All right, thank you. Mr. Doc, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes,
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
yes,
And has it been explained to you that if you plead guilty to these charges, you would have to give up your opportunity for a trial in
Yeah.
front of a judge or a jury?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have your attorney assist you in being able to confront your accuser, challenging the evidence brought against you, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of willful obstruction of an officer and loitering and prowling?
Guilty.
Your sentence for count 2, loitering and prowling, is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. If you have no other holds, you'll be released from jail within 24 hours, and you must report to probation next Thursday before 3 p.m. The location is 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While you're on probation, you are to complete an anti-theft class, and that must be done within 60 days of being released. You must also complete 40 hours of community service at any nonprofit agency, which is not a church and school. And you are to stay away from the Georgia Power Company at 890 Ponce de Leon in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you. That concludes the case. Medical, who do we have, please?
Position 1, Larry Brewer.
Mr. Trejo, are we ready to proceed with the plea?
We're ready, Your Honor. We spoke to Mr. Brewer yesterday afternoon.
Okay. Mr. Larry Brewer's case is 23 CR 4510G. He's accused of simple battery and criminal trespass. Mr. Brewer, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. Are you Larry Brewer?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Good morning. How you doing?
Fine. Are you Larry Brewer?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can put your hand out.
Can I?
And if you just listen carefully, I will give you a chance to ask a question. Okay?
Can I ask you something?
Okay.
Hey, good morning, ma'am. Hey, what is in this courtroom right now for?
You are here to take a plea. In other words, you have spoken to your attorney, Mr. Javier Trejo, and you're here to listen to the case and decide whether you want to plead guilty or not guilty.
Simple battery and
Criminal
probation
trespass.
violation. Is that
Simple
correct?
battery. If you have a probation case, we don't have that presently.
I don't have a simple battery. I served time for that.
All right. So,
I called the police. I got locked up. I was serving my time for that, ma'am.
all right.
That
Mr.
black guy you got in there that'll call your record out. He can vouch for this, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Brewer, you're pleading not guilty. Would I be correct?
For that simple battery.
Are you pleading not guilty?
I'm saying, what you charging me for now? I want to clear that up with you.
Okay. So, can you remain quiet while I give you all the information? Okay. So, Mr. Larry Brewer, your case is 23 CR 4510G. You were accused of simple battery and criminal trespass from a July 19th, 2023 incident. Your attorney is Mr. Javier Trejo, and you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. Mr. Javier, are we ready to proceed with the plea, or is this a matter that we have to take up as a arraignment?
Your Honor, my client, we discussed his case. We discussed the allegations against him. He has a copy of his accusation, Your Honor. For clarity's sake, if he does have additional questions this morning, then I would ask that he be arraigned prior to entering this plea, just that we have, just that he has full clarity on what exactly it is that he's doing. Although we did go through the plea paperwork and we did discuss the offer and his case yesterday.
All right. Medical, if you could unmute, please. All right, Mr. Brewer, it looks like you're not ready to take a plea today and that you want to plead not guilty. Would that be correct?
Sure will, call and serve my time for all this.
All
I
right.
ain't even got a charge.
So, Mr. Brewer and Mr. Javier Trejo, do you waive a reading of the accusation?
He done put some more charges on me.
Hang on, Mr. Brewer.
No, Your Honor, I think we should formally arraign my client.
Right, let me pull up the case.
Please do, ma'am. I served my
No,
time.
no, I've already told you, you need to remain quiet.
I'm shut up.
Thank you.
Still.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please check.
Be quiet.
Give my time for that. Last time I seen you in that courtroom. I can't get outside. And then I get up.
I'm sorry, it's just taking a little time to pull up the accusations. Give me a moment. This Larry Brewer looks like he's here on a bench warrant. Okay. So the accusation so Mr. Brewer, listen very carefully and do not interrupt me. Do you understand, sir? In this case, 23 CR 4510G, there were two accusations filed against you. The first one is for simple battery, in which the prosecutor has accused Larry Brewer with the offense of simple battery for that said accused in Fulton County, Georgia on July 19th, 2023, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting and provoking nature with Stevie L. Rogers at a public transit station that is at 5 Points Model Station, located at 30 Alabama Street, Southwest Atlanta, by striking Stevie Rogers in violation of Georgia law 16-5-23. That is the basis of the accusation for simple battery. And if you give me a moment, I will pull up the accusation. The second accusation is also filed by the Solicitor General's office, in which they do charge and accuse Larry Brewer with the offense of criminal trespass, a misdemeanor, for that said accused in Fulton County, Georgia on July 19th, 2023, did knowingly and without authority enter upon the premises of Marta, located at 30 Alabama Street, Atlanta, after receiving prior notice that such entry is forbidden by the owner and authorized the authorized representative of the owner in violation of Georgia law 16-7-21. These are the two charges that have been brought against you, Mr. Brewer, and you are deemed to be innocent of these charges. That is presumed innocent of these charges, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, you will have representation by the Public Defender's Office, and you have absolutely no burden of proof. The prosecution has the complete burden of proof, and they have to prove the two charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If, however, the prosecution does prevail and overcomes your legal presumption of innocence, you could be convicted of one or more of these charges and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine for each convicted offense. Now you may unmute. Given this information, please unmute medical. All right. Mr. Brewer, now that you've been given this information, how do you plead?
I plead guilty, man. I want to get this out the way. I already got it out the way. I want to get this over with, man. And I'm gonna have to
guilty. Are you pleading guilty?
I'm pleading guilty for everything right now. Probation violation, everything right now. I'm pleading guilty. I don't want to come in and look at y'all no more.
Case is reset to December 21st until he learns to conduct himself accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Francois, I'm going to either jail court iPhone, medical, or courtroom 2. So is anyone ready in courtroom 2?
Yes, Judge, we can do position 20, Mr. Roque. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Judge, we're gonna do, Mr. Ridley. He's on the probation calendar, position 7.
Your Honor, since Mr. Ridley was in Cobb County, and we've talked to him today about the recommendation of the probation department, he's telling me some things about booking sheets, credit for days that exceed 300. If I can match that up, we will be far more persuasive to the court in making our revocation arguments. I would appreciate this being on Tuesday.
All right, we're going to reset this matter to December 19th on the probation revocation calendar.
Thank you. All of that stuff up.
And you're still.
I'm going to jail court iPhone. Who do we have?
On the probation calendar, we have positions 13 and 14, 11 and 12, positions
Okay.
11 and 12.
Is this Titus Glenn Robinson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Robinson, my name is Judge Lal, and we are addressing a probation revocation in your case 23 CR 29058, in which you were convicted of battery and willful obstruction of an officer. The probation violation matter is identified as 23 PV 1689. And with respect to both cases, sir, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and Mr. McLean is representing you. Officer Allison, you've been sworn. What is the basis of the revocation and the state's recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Robertson owes probation supervision fees in a total of $40, victim crime funds in a total of $9, failed to report as directed on July 11th, 2023, July 18th, 2023, July 25th, 2023, and August 9th of 2023. He failed to complete 6 weeks of anger management. He has 240 days remaining on his case. Probation is recommended to continue on probation and enroll in anger management within 30 days.
Do I have pretrial with me at the present time? Does Mr. Robinson have any prior probation violation matters, Ms. Jackson?
Just a moment, please, Your Honor. Let me pull that up.
And while we're waiting, could the jail give me an update on Elizabeth Cunningham, please, when you get a chance? Thank you.
Oh, wait, I'll show you.
No, not really.
Well, it's not happening.
Mr. Ward, I assume you're here for Elizabeth Cunningham. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. They normally report in from ACDC, and I'm not sure of the status of, we had a technical problem having ACDC report the last time. Has that been resolved? Has anybody got any updates? All right, Mr. Ward, I'm just in a holding pattern until they appear.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for the update, Judge.
Ms. Jackson, anything to report on Mr. Robinson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And what's so the state's recommendations to continue him on probation?
Yes, and enroll in the classes within 30 days.
All right. Mr. McLean, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. I believe Mr. Robinson probably understands that within 30 days, he has to get back in class.
All right. Mr. Robinson, I'm going to accept the state's recommendation. If you have no other holds at the jail, you should be released within 24 hours. And you are to report to probation on Monday before 3 p.m. Today is Thursday, so you have to be at probation this coming Monday before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street. While you're on probation, you will begin your 6-week anger management classes, and that must begin within 30 days. So by your second report date, you must announce that you've enrolled and started the classes. You'll report to probation every month until your 240 days, less the time you've served at the jail, has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, medical, who do we have, please?
Number 17, Mohammed.
All right, jail court, I'll be with you shortly. 17 on the regular calendar. Is that Mr.?
That's mine.
Okay. The gentleman at medical, are you Jamal Mohammed?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Mohammed, may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Jamal Mohammed is accused of simple assault and criminal trespass from October 29th, 2023. Mr. Mohammed, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. McLean. This is going to be a plea hearing. So, Ms. Falk, what's the recommendation for this gentleman?
Your Honor, state's recommendation is 12 months probation, serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, and that's from November 30th of 2023, balance probated, stay away from all MARTA stations, no further contact with Miss Whitney Wilson. And we're also requesting an MHET and 40 hours of community service. Count 2 would be 12 months probation concurrent with count 1. We would also like to sound from Miss Whitney Wilson and ask that the defense stipulate to venue factual basis and identification for the purposes of this plea.
We
Ms.
do
Whitney?
stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, Whitney Wilson. All right, Mr. Mohammed, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
Not within these 15 days, no, ma'am.
All right, and have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
And is anyone forcing you to plead guilty today?
No, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty to these charges, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial, to confront your accuser, to have the assistance of counsel to challenge the evidence brought against you, present any defenses if you choose to do so, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple assault and 1 count of criminal trespass?
Guilty.
Your sentence on the assault charge is 12 months probation, in which you will be given, well, to serve 30 days, you'll be given credit for 15 days. If you have no other holds, you'll be released within 24 hours. You report to probation next week, next Thursday, before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While you're on probation, you complete what we call an MH evaluation, and your probation officer will direct you as to what that is and what is required. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And if there's any treatment required, you need to submit yourself to that treatment. You're also to complete 40 hours of community service at a nonprofit agency, and that must be done at any nonprofit company that is not a church and not a school. While you're on probation, you cannot return to any MARTA property. No trains, no buses, no stations, no sidewalks, no parking lots, no bathrooms that belongs to MARTA. Do you understand?
Hey, young lady.
Yes.
If you return to any MARTA property, you'll be arrested again on trespass. Also, stay away from Whitney Wilson. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Your second count on the trespass will be concurrent with count 1. That concludes your case. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Courtroom 2, do you have someone who's ready to be addressed?
No, we do not, Judge. McLean still needs to interview Mr. Roque.
Okay. And jail court iPhone, who do we have?
We have position number 5.
That's Mr. Trejo's case.
That's right, Your Honor.
Are you Timothy Jamel Dennis?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Dennis, my name is Judge Lal. Your case is 23 CR 7642D. You were accused of battery family violence from a September 15th, 2022 incident. Mr. Dennis, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Javier Trejo. Are you filing a waiver of arraignment, Mr. Trejo, or would you like me to arraign the case?
Yes, Your Honor. My client would like to be formally arraigned.
And do you waive a reading of the accusation?
No, ma'am.
All right, let me go ahead and pull that up. All right, as I was saying, Mr. Dennis, you have been accused of one count of simple battery. This is based on the accusation filed by the Solicitor General's Office of Fulton County, in which the charge is the misdemeanor offense of battery, family violence, for that said accused in Fulton County, Georgia, on or about September 15, 2022, did intentionally cause cuts and bruising, visible bodily harm to Shantae Hicks, who is the other person living in the same household of the accused, by pinning her to the floor and hitting her in violation of Georgia law 16-5-23.1 subsections F2. With regards to this accusation, you are legally presumed innocent of the charge, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecution would have the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the prosecution prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, sir. Your case has been arraigned and further notice for trial. You're currently in custody on a $2,000 surety bond. Was there anything else to address, Mr. Trejo?
Yes, Your Honor. We would like to be heard as to the $2,000 surety bond.
Please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, my client has been given a $2,000 surety bond. He was given that bond when he was arrested 2 weeks ago. As of today, he has spent 14 days in custody, Your Honor, and my client is unable to make that bond. He's unable to have anybody in his family or close friends to be able to pay that bond on his behalf, Your Honor. Your Honor, my client is a stable individual. He lives in Atlanta. He's lived here his entire life. He's a graduate of Washington High School, and he does have family here in the area to help support him. He works construction, Your Honor. He's gainfully employed and provides for his family. He has 2 children. He has a 1-year-old who lives with him here in Dunwoody with his fiance, who they take care of. And he has a 2-year-old who lives with the child's mother in New York. But my client does help provide for that child as well. Prior to being transferred to Fulton County, Your Honor, I believe that my client spent additional time in Gwinnett because he was picked up for the warrant for this case, Your Honor. Your Honor, the charges stem from an ex-girlfriend and from an incident that occurred over a year ago. My client has indicated to me that this is not a person that he has contact with. This is not a person that he continues to associate with. And for those reasons, Your Honor, we don't believe that he's a risk to the community. We don't think he's a risk to the alleged victim or to reoffending. And further, Your Honor, given his ties to the community and ties here in Atlanta, namely that 1-year-old child and fiance who are here in Dunwoody, we would ask for a signature bond at this time.
What is the name of the fiance?
Mr. Dennis, can you please put your fiance's name on the record, please?
Kamari Robinson.
All right. Ms. Folk, any response?
Yes, Your Honor. Couple of things. This incident involved Miss Shantae Hicks. They were at the address of 1163 West Peachtree Street. The concierge actually called about an altercation. They spoke to Miss Hicks and Mr. Dennis. At the time, Miss Hicks was his fiance, and they had been living together for approximately 9 months. They were staying in that unit at 2301 with friends, and they had been doing so for approximately 2 weeks until their new apartment was ready to be moved in. She also told the police Hicks did, that the defendant and she had had a history of domestic violence and that it was typical for him to assault her. She looked disheveled, had a small cut, some bruising. She stated they had been arguing. He said he was going to beat her ass, and then he began mashing her and pushing her into the floor, pushing her head into an elevator. Because the fight went into the hallway area. He then threw her to the ground, and she left and went to the lobby to report this to the concierge, at which time the police came and called the defendant, who was no longer there. When they called him to ask him about the incident, he became angry and hung up. I will say that there is some credence to the fact that there is a ongoing history, maybe not between the two of them because we couldn't ascertain, but the defendant was arrested in 2017 for aggravated assault and willful obstruction. It was aggravated assault against a law enforcement officer. Those charges were later dismissed. He was then arrested in September 2023 for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon or felony first offender. He was then arrested in September of 2023 for terroristic threats and acts in Clayton County. October 2023 in Gwinnett County for family violence battery, simple battery, family violence, simple battery, and disorderly conduct. We did check. That case is still pending. He then was arrested on our case in December. So literally from the span of September of 2023 to today, he has been arrested 4 different times for gun charges, terroristic threats and acts, and family violence battery. Additionally, we did have a chance to speak to Ms. Shantae Hicks, and she, as of yesterday, her position on this has not changed. She said that there was they do have children. Let me see. They have no children together. They do not reside together any longer. She also said that they do have a DV history. The last incident between them was in Pennsylvania in June of 2023, and police were called. She confirmed the events in the warrant, stated she is afraid of the defendant, and asked for a no contact and a stay away order. For those reasons, we are asking that the bond remain as set. I believe it is established based on the subsequent events that we have a real risk of reoffense, as well as a likelihood not to follow the conditions of bond, which include not reoffending.
All right. Mr. Trejo, your client wants to make a statement.
Excuse me.
As long as Mr. Dennis is aware, Mr. Dennis, you do have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. We are on the record, and we are also being live streamed on YouTube, so be very careful with whatever you put on the record right now.
Yes, sir. So, Your Honor, I do not have kids by the alleged victim. Like the firearm case that I did have, the gun was registered to my fiance at the time of the incident. Like I don't get in trouble. Like I only been locked up one time. All these cases are one as one. Like I don't get in trouble. Like this is the first time. This is my second time arrested in my life. I don't have numerous arrests. Like I'm just trying to get back home to my family for the holidays. That's it.
All right, Mr. Dennis, thank you for that admission. What is pretty alarming is your these particular charges in such a short time span. Even though it's the second arrest, you managed to rack in quite a few charges that, you know, they are violent charges. And I am concerned that under the ELA factors, that you pose a risk of reoffending. And your attorney has already outlined that you have community support, the $2,000 bond remains. You're not to have any contact with Shantae Hicks, and you're to stay away from the location. Thank you. Case is further notice for trial.
Next, we have on a probation calendar, number 1 and 2.
All right. Jail court, I will be right with you on the probation calendar with Mr. Chester, who is in medical. Medical, who is there in the seat?
This is the person we waited to do the breakout session on. This is Mr. Pierce from Mr.
Oh, has Mr. McLean spoken to him?
No, we was waiting to do a breakout session. I don't have a phone up here.
Which person are we speaking of?
This is Peters. 18 and 19, I think.
Right, we're gonna do a breakout on that.
All right, do you have a laptop that you can use, Mr. McLean?
I believe I can borrow Mr. Treyos.
All right, I think we all know what to get you for Christmas, Mr. McLean. Okay, all right. Moving on to jail court iPhone, we have Spurgeon Chester,
There you go.
Spurgeon Laverne Chester, and this is a probation revocation matter, 16 CR 10914Y, and probation matter is 23 PV 1686. The underlying conviction appears to be two counts of simple battery. Mr. Chester, my name is Judge Law, and this is a revocation matter with regards to a prior sentence. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Javier Trejo. All right, and Ms. Officer Allison, what is the basis of the revocation and the recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Chester, he owes probation supervision fees in total of $120, victim crime funds in total of $27, failed to report as directed on April 18, 2023, May 1st, 2023, and May 12th, 2023. He failed to complete 6 weeks of anger management. He has 240 days remaining. Probation is recommended to continue on probation and enroll in anger management within 30 days.
Any objection, Mr. Trejo?
No, Your Honor.
This will be marked as a probation violation against Mr. Chester. Mr. Chester, you'll be given credit for the time that you've been at the jail, but you have 240 days left on your probation. Once you're released, you're to report to probation next Monday before 3 p.m. And you must continue to report to probation every month and start paying your fees and so forth. Within 30 days from today, you must enroll in a 6-week anger management program. So by your second visit, you must show proof that you have enrolled in those classes. If you fail to do so, that will result in probation seeking to have your matter revoked again. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So is I'm leaving today?
If you have no other holds from any other cases, you'll be released within 24 hours. Your report date is Monday before 3 p.m.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next we have position number 2 and 3.
2 and 3?
Yes.
2 and 3, and that would be Antonio Cloud?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Antonio Cloud is 23 CR 6897B and 23 CR 7603B. Mr. Cloud, you have 2 cases with us. Please remember your right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Trejo. This is going to be a plea for position 2. What are we doing on position 3, Mr. Trejo?
Your Honor, we received offers on both cases. And my client wishes to plead to both of them. I see that in the state's recommendation on position 3, it would run concurrently with position 2, and that is what my client is willing to accept today.
All right, so I'm considering that as a global offer. So, Mr. Cloud, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Ms. Folk?
Yes, Your Honor. On case ending in 6897B, the criminal trespass, state's recommendation is 12 months, serve 90 days, credit for time served 20 days. That's going to be from November 4th to November 7th, and then November 29th until today. We are asking the balance be probated, stay away from the entire shopping center at 576 Lee Street Southwest. I did check, there are no medical facilities or anything where he would need to go there. It's mainly restaurants and clothing stores. We are also asking that the restitution stay open for 30 days. We would like to sound for Mr. Margaret Endaja. I'm maybe pronouncing her name wrong. And then on case number ending in 7603B, state's recommendation on the loitering and prowling is 12 months served 82 days. Credit for time served 60 days. That's from 11/29/23. Balance probated. Stay away from 979 Arden Avenue Southwest. Anti-theft course, 40 hours of community service. No further contact with Crystal Fox. And that would run concurrent with the case ending in 897B. We would also like to sound for Miss Crystal Fox. Based on, and I hope I did my math right on this, based on the time that we gave him on the first and second case, they should end at the same time, as far as the jail time is concerned.
And in the math, was it an additional 25 days? All right.
It is good. I was like, please don't make me do this. I think it is an additional 25 days. Yes.
All right.
We would like to ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
Still stipulated.
All right. And Mr. Trejo, did you calculate up to 25 days remainder?
Not precisely, Your Honor, but I haven't precisely calculated it, but it should be in that ballpark. I can, if you give me a moment, Your Honor, I can.
It's to serve 90 days, credit for time served 20 days. So if the sheriff gives him the 40 days credit and 20, and I subtract that from the 90, I mean.
Yes, ma'am, that should be about 5 days. And he did spend some additional time now on his current stay. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Cloud, do you understand that you'll be serving additional time at the jail before you're released to be on probation?
No, I didn't understand.
You didn't understand?
I said I didn't understand.
You did not, or you did understand?
I did not.
Okay. So the prosecution's offering you an offer where you have to serve 90 days and you're given credit for 20 days. So that means you have to serve additional time at the jail before you're released. Do you still want to move forward with the plea offer, or do you want to talk to your attorney?
Yeah, I want to talk to my attorney.
All right, please step aside and Mr. Trejo will contact you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have on the probation calendar, positions 13 or 14.
Mr. McLean, is he had a chance to get on the laptop so we can put him in the breakout?
I will give it to him, Your Honor.
Thank you.
This is your probation person. I will do that.
All right, Mr. McLean, your client is Martez Darnell Russell. Are you Mr. Russell?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Russell, please remember your right to remain silent about the facts of the case and your right to an attorney, and your counsel is Mr. Michael McLean. Do you see him on the screen?
But yes, yes, I do.
All right, great. Your case number is 22 CR 70348, in which you were convicted of theft by shoplifting, and you have a probation warrant under case number 23 PV 1685. We are going to hear from Officer Allison as to the basis for the revocation and what's the recommendation. Officer Allison?
Yes, Mr. Russell owes probation supervision fees in total of $240, victim crime funds in total of $54, failed to report as directed on June 19, 2023, June 26, 2023, and July 10, 2023. He failed to pay restitution in the amount of $588. He failed to complete 90 hours of community service and did not complete a shoplifting course. He has 196 days remaining. Probation is recommending to continue on probation, complete his course within 30 days, and start making payments towards restitution within 30 days.
Recording in progress.
All right. Mr. McLean?
I believe Mr. Russell would probably prefer to be out of jail and continue on probation and get that class done, Your Honor, than the alternative.
Mr. Russell, you owe not only probation fees in excess of $250, but you've also not paid your restitution for $588. You've not done your anti-theft class. You've not reported. I think if we keep you at the jail, at least you won't have to pay anything.
Actually, my situation did change before I was rearrested. I'm in position to pay now.
And what has changed that you're able to pay now?
Before I was just doing a gig employees, but now I am fully hired with Higher Dynamics and a temp service.
So you're employed?
I was unemployed, but now I am employed. Yes, ma'am.
And what's the name of the company?
It's a temp service, Higher Dynamics.
I will accept the state's recommendation. This is going to be marked as a probation violation. You are to report to probation on Monday before 3 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are to report to probation twice a month until the restitution is paid off, the $588.
Yes.
Once the restitution is paid off, then your probation can go back to once a month.
Yes, ma'am.
You are to complete your anti-theft class within 30 days of being released from today. And you are to also complete your community service and keep on reporting to probation until the 196 days are completed. You'll be given credit for the time that you've already been in jail.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Right. Officer Allison, please note this is reporting twice a month until the restitution is paid off. And then after that, he will be once a month.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Russell. The other matter then, probation is then closed. All right. Jail court iPhone, who do we have?
We have positions 13 through 15.
So
13 to 15 would be Mr. Trejo's case.
That's right, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Trejo, are you on your laptop? Okay, perfect.
I am.
All right, perfect.
You can say that.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Trejo, could you advise me as to what's the announcement on 13 and 15?
Your Honor, on positions, playing musical chairs, Your Honor, I apologize.
That's all right. Looks like it's a negotiated plea.
That's right, Your Honor. That's my understanding.
Thank you. All right, sir, are you Terry Jules?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, Mr. Jules, you have 3 matters before us. The first one is 23 CR 004048G, in which you're accused of theft by shoplifting. The second case is 23 CR 004872G, in which you are accused of loitering and prowling. And the third case is 23 CR 007619G, in which you're accused of an offense which I'm going to waive sounding. Are you familiar with that last charge from November 26, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Javier Trejo. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, listen very carefully to what the plea offer is. Ms. Falk?
Yes, Your Honor. State's recommendation as to the first case, which is ending in 4048G. The theft by shoplifting is 12 months, serve 8 days, credit for 4 days from June 27th to June 28th, 2023. Balance balance suspended, excuse me, stay away from CVS at 142 North Main Street, Alpharetta. Case number 4872G, loitering and prowling, 12 months served 2 days, credit for time served 1 day. From August 9th of 2023, balance suspended, stay away from 92 Milton Avenue. That's going to run concurrent with 4048G. The last charge, 7619G, that is 12 months served 60 days, credit for time served 15 days. From November 30th of 2023, stay away from the racetrack at 2645 Old Milton Parkway. No further contact with Jaleese Luna, MHET, 40 hours of community service, SDET, and that's going to run concurrent with 4872G. So as your honor has heard, he will still have time remaining in the jail. We would like to sound from Ms. Jaleese Luna, and we do ask the defense stipulate to the venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
So stipulated.
Ms. Jaleese Luna. All right. Mr. Jules, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
Any alcohol? No, ma'am.
All right. And have you understood the proceedings for all your 3 cases?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you'll be serving additional time at the jail before you can be released and placed on probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you to enter a guilty plea today?
No, ma'am.
If you decide to plead guilty to these cases, you would have to waive and give up your right to a trial in all these cases. You will not have the opportunity to be appointed with counsel, to be able to go and have a trial in front of a judge or jury, confront your accuser, challenge the evidence brought against you, and have the state try to prove all these charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to theft by shoplifting and loitering and prowling?
Guilty, ma'am.
And how do you plead to the PI charge from November 26, 2023 that occurred at the racetrack on Old Milton Parkway?
Guilty, ma'am.
Your sentence for the theft by shoplifting and loitering and prowling is 12 months to serve up to 8 days, credit for time served 4 days, balance suspended. In both these cases, you must stay away from 2 locations. One is the CVS at 142 North Main Street in Alpharetta, Georgia. And the second place is 92 Milton Avenue in Alpharetta, Georgia. Now, with regards to the third case, it's 12 months and is concurrent, but it's 12 months to serve 60 days, credit for time served 15 days. According to my math, you have 15 more days to serve at the jail. Once you've completed your 15 days, you have to report to probation on the first available weekday at 132 Mitchell Street on a Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday. While you're on probation, you are to complete a MH evaluation, and your probation officer will explain to you what kind of evaluation that will be. You have to complete an SD evaluation, and again, your probation officer will explain to you what that evaluation is. Once you've completed the evaluations, you must comply with any treatment that's required. You're also to complete 40 hours of community service and stay away from the racetrack gas station at 2645 at Old Milton Parkway in Alpharetta, Georgia. You cannot have any contact with Jaleese Luna. You have to stay 200 yards away from Miss Luna and not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner. Once you're on probation, if you fail to report, if you fail to comply with these requirements, or if you get arrested again, your probation could be revoked and you could serve out the rest of the time in jail. Thank you.
Yes. All right, thank you. Okay, next we have positions number 21 and 22.
Okay.
Judge, can we do, before you do that, can we do position number 20, Mr. Rowe?
Oh, okay. Jail court iPhone, please hold. I'm really trying to get Mr. McLean to talk to Mr. Peters also, but
Sure.
life gets in the way. Okay. Imogen Roque is at the courtroom 2. Imogen Roque, Jr., case 20, and I've got only one case. He's got a bench warrant, 23 FTA 1122. And Mr. Roque, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean, what are we doing in Mr. Roque's case?
It turns out we're doing a negotiated plea, Your Honor.
On what other case? Oh, he's got that other case. I do beg your pardon. I completely missed it. It's 23 CR 4509C, in which he's accused of simple battery, family violence, and criminal trespass. Okay, Mr. Roque, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, other right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? You need to say yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Falk, what's the recommendation on position 19?
Yes, Your Honor. As to the simple battery, family violence, and the criminal trespass on count 1, 12 months probation, serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. That's going to be from July 19th to July 20th, and then December 2nd to today of 2023. Balance probated, no further contact with Bianca Blankenship. Stay away from 4020 Shirley Drive Southwest. FVIP, 40 hours of community service, no firearms. Count 2 is concurrent, 12 months probation concurrent with count 1. And we would like to sound for Miss Bianca Blankenship. The state would also agree that the position
20
will be null prost, and we ask that the defense stipulate to venue factual basis and identification for the purposes of the plea.
And we do so stipulate, yes.
All right. Mr. Roque, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, Judge.
And have you understood the proceedings with regards to both your cases?
Yes, Judge.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, Judge.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea offer today?
No, Judge.
Mr. Roque, has it been explained to you that if you decide to plead guilty to these 2 charges, that you will be giving up your right to challenge these charges in a court of law? You will not have a trial. You will not be able to confront your accuser, not be able to have the assistance of counsel to challenge the evidence brought against you, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, Judge.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple battery, family violence, and 1 count of criminal trespass?
Guilty of the charge, Judge. You have to speak up loudly. Yes, Judge.
I heard guilty. Would that be correct?
Yes, Judge.
On the simple battery, your sentence is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days. If you have no other holes at the jail, you should be released within 24 hours. You must report to probation next Thursday before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, you are to have no contact with Bianca Blankenship, meaning stay 200 yards away from her and do not communicate with her in any way, form, or manner. You're also to stay away from 4020 Shirley Drive in Southwest Atlanta. Within 60 days of being released, you must enroll in a domestic violence intervention program, and you must show proof of enrollment to your probation officer. You're also to complete 40 hours of community service with any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. You're not allowed to own or possess any firearms. And with regards to the trespass charge, the sentence is 12 months concurrent with count 1. Thank you. And the bench warrant matter is going to be null prost. All right, jail court iPhone, Mr. McLean, I still believe that is your client. If I'm not mistaken, that was position, was it 20 and 21?
Yes, sir.
All right. 21 and 22, I beg pardon. Is this Jakari Seymour?
Mr. Seymour is my client also, Your Honor, yes.
All right. And Mr. Seymour, this is going to be a negotiated plea hearing in your case 22 CR 8317E, in which you're accused of criminal trespass and causing damage to property, and case 23 CR 7598E, in which you are accused of criminal trespass from November 29th, 2023. The prior case was from December 15th, 2022. Mr. Seymour, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. McLean. Ms. Falk, what's the recommendation for both cases?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would ask that we hold on this case briefly. We received an email that there was another case of which we were unaware. It was not placed on the calendar, and just quite frankly, I missed that it was a dormant bench warrant case for theft by shoplifting that's going to keep the defendant in jail. So I would like to try to resolve all three cases. So if I could just have a moment to look at the theft by shoplifting case and communicate an order recommendation to Mr. McLean.
All right. Do I reset this to Tuesday, or?
I would like to try to get it resolved today. So I just need, I can do that while we're doing other cases. I just need a chance to look at it.
All right. Officer, we'll need to place Mr. Seymour on hold until we can address all of his three cases. He doesn't have just two.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any other cases that, all right. Is that, go ahead.
This is on the add-on probation calendar, positions 1 and 2.
Okay. Mr. Javier Trejo, is that your case?
No, Your Honor, this one is Mr. McLean's.
All right. This is the add-on position 1 and 2, and that would be
Durant, I
Mr.
believe.
Durant, Your Honor.
okay. This is Jeremiah Durant, also known as Jeremiah Dontavius Durant. The case number is 16 CR 12980E, in which he was convicted of simple battery family violence. And the probation revocation matter is 23 PV 1629. Mr. Durant, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. McLean. Officer Allison, you're still under oath. What is the recommendation? What's the basis for the revocation and the recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Durant failed to report as directed on December 1st, 2022, February 8th, 2023, February 28th, 2023, March 27th, 2023, and April 13th, 2023. He failed to complete the domestic violence intervention program. He has 129 days remaining on probation. Probation is recommending to revoke the balance.
All right. And Mr. McLean, what is the response?
Your Honor, it would be, I believe he has family on Zoom, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Your Honor, the family would like to address the court asking for a break for Mr. Durant. With 120-something days left, of course, it would be impossible to do the full 24 weeks, which is 5.5 months for the DVIP, also known as FVIP. We would ask the court to consider giving him a substantial anger management or anger awareness class to complete and give him another chance. He did mess this up. He is remorseful. He really is in a position where he realizes what he's done and wishes he had done better in the past. His family is here to say he's not such a bad guy.
All right. Ms. Kegler, if you'd like to raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
All right. And yes, what would you like to tell me?
So good morning. I am an older cousin, Jeremiah. His mother and grandmother, that's who he lives with. His mother is disabled. She has a hearing and speech disorder, and his grandmother is nearing 70 and she's still working, but she tries her best to take care of her family structure. And so he is definitely needed at home with securing, like taking care of his mom. Like I said, she cannot really hear at all. And she's going through like other things. That's the whole reason why Jeremiah kind of is in the situation in the first place, trying to take care of his mom. So we are hoping that with our support, I am trying to come in and be more support. I live next door to my auntie, and I want to be able to help to ensure that Jeremiah will go to those anger management meetings. We're coming together as a unit to ensure that he fulfills his probation requirements so that he can move on in his life. He's a young guy, young man that's trying to do better. He doesn't get in trouble. Typically, he goes to work, he comes back home. He's generally home throughout the entire day, other than work in the morning. So this is kind of an unfortunate event. It's definitely a learning lesson. But if you allow us the opportunity, we'll work with him to ensure he can move forward.
Ms. Falk, do you have a response? Oh, I'm sorry, Officer Allison, excuse me.
It's okay. No, I do. I just want to put on record, he did report to the office only once, and that was in January of 2023. That is the only record we have that he ever reported since being on probation.
Mr. Durant, you have a right to remain silent if you want to. Do you have what would you like to say if you want to waive your right to remain silent?
Oh, the first two times I did not, first two times I just didn't know I had to sign in on my phone. That's why it showed that I didn't sign in, but I came 3 times.
You're supposed to come every month and you're supposed to complete a 24-week domestic violence program. You're supposed to pay probation fees and you're supposed to contribute to the Victim Impact Fund. You have not done anything that you were required to do when you pled guilty to this charge. And just to remind you, before you pled guilty, you even had a failure to appear where a bench warrant was issued and you were brought back to jail. So you have a problem complying with a court orders. Let me just make that very clear to you. I'm not going to be making a ruling blindly. I know very well that you have a problem complying with the court orders. I'm glad that Ms. Kegler is here, but I don't have to listen to her. I can have you spend the rest of the 129 days in jail while she struggles to look after your family. I want to make that very clear that I understand that perspective. You're the one who was convicted. You're the one who's required to complete the sentence, and you're the one who's burdening your family by not complying with court orders. I'm going to mark this as a probation violation. I'm going to allow you to continue on probation. You're going to be given credit for the time that you've been in jail, and that will be credited towards your 129 days. You will report to probation on Monday, this coming Monday, before 3 p.m. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
And within 30 days of being released from today, you will begin a 12-week anger management program. You will enroll in a program for anger management classes, and that must be completed within the next 12 weeks. You will report to probation twice a month. Twice a month. Because we didn't see you for so long, we miss you. And that's why we want to see you more. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't report to probation, if you don't start the classes, or if you get arrested again, guess where you'll be? Exactly where you're standing.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
All right.
Thank you.
Next we have on the probation calendar, number 3 and 4.
Is that Mr. Harvey Trejo's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. I'm so sorry. Who's Miss Grace? Could you please place medical in a breakout room
Yes, ma'am, with
Mr. Trejo's laptop? Do you see his good-looking face on the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
All right. And Francois, would you be able to update me on ACDC?
Okay, I'll let you know, Judge.
Thank you. This is Zabius Ector, positions 3 and 4. Are you Zabius Lamar Ector?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Ector, your probation matter involves case 22 CR 7954Y, in which you had convictions for battery, family violence, and simple battery. You have a revocation matter that's identified as 23 PV 1684. You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Javier Trejo. Officer Allison, what is the basis for the revocation and the recommendation?
Yes, Mr. Esther owes probation supervision fees in total of $280. Excuse me. Victim crime funds in total $63. Failed to report as directed on May 15, 2023, May 26, 2023, and June 13, 2023. He's failed to complete family violence intervention program. He has 108 days remaining on probation. Probation is recommending to revoke 15 days and terminate case after those 15 days.
How much time has he already been in jail?
For this one, he has been there for 13 days.
Okay.
If I did my math correctly.
Right. And Ms. Champion, can you confirm that on Mr. Ector's confinement on jailings? He's been in custody now for 13 days.
1 second, Your Honor.
There's 16. I think I missed counting 3 days.
Here's my probation revocation calendar.
On the jailings, it says 16 days.
16 days, okay. And he's got 108 days left. He's been in custody for 16 days. He's got 108 days left on probation. And we want to revoke 15 days, okay? All right, Mr. McLean?
That case is mine, Your Honor, Mr. Trejo.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Javier, sorry. Mr.
No
Trejo,
problem, Your
sorry.
Honor. I understand we've been moving around a bit. Your Honor, if probation is asking that he be given credit for the time that he has already served on this most recent incarceration here in Fulton County and then terminate, we have no objection to that, Your Honor.
I'm not going to give him credit for time served if he's not done the domestic violence intervention program. Has he done any of the classes?
He has not, Your Honor, and if you'll allow me to provide some more facts regarding his situation this year, I would be happy to provide them to the court.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Ector entered this plea on December 8th of 2022. It was a 1-year sentence. He pled guilty to 3 charges. The first is a 12. First one involved some jail time and the balance on probation for 12 months, and the other 2 were to run concurrently with that first count, Your Honor. He was released from custody here in Fulton County back in January, around January 22nd of 2023. Shortly thereafter, Your Honor, because he was serving felony probation out of Gwinnett County at the time that he entered this plea, Gwinnett County did take a warrant out on him and did take him into custody shortly thereafter. He was taken into custody in Gwinnett around March of this year. I have March 10th. And then he was they revoked 6 months of his sentence. And so he was transferred to state prison down in Jackson, Georgia, where he was incarcerated, or he was in custody from June 29th of this year through September 12th of this year. Your Honor, my client has spent substantial time in jail this year, and that is the reason for his failure to complete the family violence intervention program, Your Honor. The other facet of this that I'd like to bring to the court's attention, Your Honor, is that this is a 12-month sentence that he entered on December 8th of last year. I believe the sentence has expired at this time. The court has not entered a tolling order, Your Honor. Probation may toll for noncompliance. However, that tolling is not automatic, and we have case law to that point, which I can give a cite to the court. There is no automatic tolling of probation.
Do you have case law that states that the court has to expressly toll the probation in every revocation matter? Where the probation then issues a warrant when the defendant fails to comply? Because that tolls the probation period until we have the individual back in jail to find out why that person has not reported or not complied. So that would be a game changer.
I agree, Your Honor. To that effect, I don't think I have any case law that distinguishes it in that way, Your Honor. However, the case that I'm looking at is Anderson versus Sentinel Offender Services. That's 298 Georgia Supreme Court, 854, 2016. That one does have the proposition that there's no automatic tolling of probation for noncompliance, and that it requires a judicial order and determination.
Okay.
That's the case law that I've seen on that matter. Regardless, Your Honor, we would ask that if once we have the amount of time remaining situated, Your Honor, if we have clarity on that point, our request would still be that we comply with probation's request to only revoke the time that he has already served, and that he be terminated. If the court is unwilling to terminate him at this time, we would ask that he be reinstated and given the opportunity to complete the terms of his probation, because up until this point, he simply has not had the opportunity to, because he has been in custody for the better part of his probation sentence.
This is going to be marked as a probation violation. The court is going to revoke 31 days. He has 15 more days to serve at the jail, and then he will close out his case, which means that any future obligations in this matter is concluded. Once he completes the remaining 15 days in jail, all his obligations for this case is completed. He doesn't have to do FVIP like he was supposed to have done, and he's not required to pay any of the probation fees and the victim impact fund like he was supposed to have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can we go back to positions 21 and 22?
Name, please. I'm so sorry. I go by names. 21 and 22, was that Peters? No,
I
that
believe
was
that's Mr.
Seymour.
Seymour's case.
Yeah,
I
Seymour.
did put some information in the chat for Mr. McLean in courtroom 2. Essentially, it's just going to be the same format, essentially a time served on that theft by shoplifting with a stay away provision.
Mr. McLean is still in his breakout with Mr. Peters. Could you give me the new case number or the third case number?
The third case number, Your Honor, and let me just pull that up. Mr. Seymour is 22 CR 006963. And let me find the letter on the end of that.
That should be E.
I believe so, but I just want to double check. And Odyssey is just determined to go as slowly as possible this morning.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm done with probation matters. Can I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Officer Allison. Have a good day.
You too, thank you.
Yes, hey, Ms. Porter, good morning. I'm just bringing how are you? Good, I'm okay. What about you? Good. Pretty light today, right? Only 8, and then we got one who hasn't expected something.
It is 6923E. Yes, Your Honor.
6923E, one count of theft by shoplifting.
Correct. And there is an FTA attached to that as well.
All right. And does that have a FTA number?
No, it has a warrant number, but
Okay.
I don't believe it has an FTA number, no.
All right. And what's the incident date for this theft by shoplifting?
September 28th, 2022.
Let's see how we are doing on the rest of the cases. We're still waiting on Mr. McLean. So Mr. Jail Court iPhone, we're just going to put a hold on Mr. Seymour until Mr. McLean returns from his breakout. Mr. Trejo, are any of the ladies behind you Elizabeth Cunningham?
And Your Honor, I reached out to some contacts at the jail to see if we can get ACDC online. I don't believe I see them anywhere in the court, in the Zoom.
All right.
And Judge, if I may just add, I have a motion hearing at 1 o'clock in front of Judge Fincher in Cobb County.
I understand, sir. My hands are tied. If ACDC doesn't come online, we're trying desperately to get in touch with them to see if they can. So if we can't, Mr. Ward, I'll just have to reset your client's case unless you would like to waive an appearance. This is Elizabeth Cunningham. I know she's been on the calendar a couple of times and we were waiting for private counsel to appear. Her case is 22 CR 2419Y. She's accused of simple battery, disorderly conduct, and public drunk. She's represented by Stephen Ward. If you'd like to waive her appearance, sir, or file a waiver of arraignment or anything to that effect, that's what I can do right now. But as far as her case is concerned, I'm trying to find out also what's her bond amount.
Judge, she's in jail on some other matters and we're still trying to get a bond on those. And that's the holdup. It's not this specific case. And I don't believe the state's willing to drop the simple battery. Ms. Falk and I have been negotiating, so to speak, on the chat here. But if the battery is, if Ms. Falk is disinclined to dismiss the battery charge, I have spoken with Grace and her family, and she would want to stand on her right to jury trial and plead not guilty, and ask that this go to the Fulton State Court back with Judge Edie, which would then allow me to coordinate and communicate with Miss McLeod, who has a similar but different charges, but very similar charges with Miss Cunningham as well, and we may be able to get a global resolution in state court with Judge Edie.
All right, Mr. Ward, go ahead and submit a written waiver of arraignment. This case is going to be further noticed for trial, and it will be back on Judge Edie's docket. In the meantime, if you can reach out to your client and let her know your game plan, so to speak, then that would be very helpful.
And Judge, I'm going to contact my office and have them get that waiver too. Where they may know this, I don't, but where?
Ms. Champion, if you can put your email to Mr. Ward in the chat, you will receive a email from our litigation manager, April Champion. It's typically april.champion, common spelling, at fultoncountyga.gov.
April.champion. Okay, I think my staff will know, but I'll wait. Oh, I've got it now. Thank you, Judge. And then may I be excused?
Yes, sir. Once you've written down the email, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Falk.
Thank you.
So April.
All right, Mr. Javier, Ms. Trejo, do you have any cases to be addressed?
I think we
Judge, I apologize. This says fultonga.gov. It should be Fulton County GA, or is it?
fultoncountyga.gov.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Trejo? Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. All of my clients have been addressed, Your Honor. I do have 3 from the add-on calendar that are also at ACDC, so we are holding for them. And then I know that Mr. Cloud, who's positions 2 and 3 on the all-purpose calendar this morning, he indicated to me that he wanted to take a plea yesterday, and I know that he had some more questions for me this morning. So I'm not sure if the court will reset him for Tuesday, or if he is somebody who I'll have the opportunity to speak to today and give an updated announcement to the court.
What position number was that?
That was 2 and 3, Your Honor, Mr. Antonio Cloud.
All right, so do you want me to go ahead and reset it then?
Please. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was to Tuesday?
Yes, please.
Okay, this is reset 12/19. Position 2 and 3.
Great, thank you, Your Honor.
On the SAP calendar. All right, while we're waiting for Mr. McLean, let's go over the calendar on the probation revocation calendar. Positions 1 and 2 were continued on probation. Position 3, Hector, is to serve additional 15 days and then the case will close. Position 5 and 6 are to continue on probation. Positions 7, 8, 9, and 10 are reset to December 19th. Position 11 and 12 is to continue on probation. Position 13 and 14 are to continue on probation. All right. Position on the
Really, my apologies, really quickly, 7, 8, 9, and 10, what was the announcement on those? Oh, reset to December 19th. Those weren't the ones I needed. It was 3 and 4.
Position 7, 8, 9, and 10. This is the probation revocation calendar.
I know, I'm just getting, I just
on cloud
for 3 and 4.
Yes, yeah. And then on the add-on probation revocation calendar, Mr. Durant, that was continued on probation. Okay, on the SAP calendar, okay, I can continue. Position 1 was a plea. Position 2 and 3 are reset to December 19th. Position 4, Mr. Ward will file a waiver of arraignment for the notice for trial. Position 5 is arraigned and the further notice for trial. Position 6, Dixon, is plea. 7 is null cross. 8, Doc, is a plea. 9, Elam, is a plea. 10 is Elam is null cross. Position 11 and 12, Bion Green, I believe that's been removed from the calendar. Would that be correct?
That is correct. It was added in error. It was transferred on Tuesday.
Okay.
Yes, he said that.
Position 13, Terry Jules, is a plea. 14 is a plea. 15 is a plea. 16, Alfred Moreland. Mr. Trejo, any? Oh, that was transferred to Superior Court on December 1st. So
That's right, Your Honor.
that's no longer with us. Okay. Position 17, Mohammed, was a plea. And then the remainder of the cases are Mr. McLean's on the SAP calendar. Then we have an SAP add-on calendar.
Yes, sir.
All right. Deanna, Cole, Nia, Connor. I have a feeling these are all ACDC cases.
Yes, they are. They're all the resets from Tuesday's ACD calendar. Quick question. Position 1 on the regular state all-purpose calendar. I have that he ended up
reset to December
reset
21st.
to
You're
December
correct.
21st.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Got
was
it.
originally a plea and then it got reset, and this is for behavior.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I'm not sure if I have.
All right,
Wanted to bring that up too.
let's see now. I still don't have an update from ACDC, so I'm just going to go over Mr. McLean's cases and Mr. Trejo, if you could just make a note of what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
So position 18, Peters, he's still talking to Mr. Peters. Position 19, that was a plea. Position 20 was null cross. Position 21, Seymour, was a plea. 22, Seymour, was a plea.
Your Honor, that hasn't pled yet because of the third case that we're still waiting.
Oh, that's right. Okay, sorry. I put all my notes there and then I didn't put, okay, 21, 21A, and 22, that's Seymour, holding on that. Okay, holding on Mr. McLean. 23, Brittany Shelton is, we haven't addressed her, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
That was my.
24, Larry Sims is reset to December 21st. Same announcement for position 25. Position 26, Christopher Smith is at Grady Hospital. So that matter is going to be reset to December 21st.
I am.
27, Adonis Fidel, I'm assuming that's at ACDC as well.
Thank you.
And that's supposed to be a non-negotiated plea.
He was my boyfriend, and,
28, 29,
I covered him.
I've got, an intent to file a waiver of arraignment and a bond request for Debbie Stanford. But I think that's also at AC/DC. And then 30, Anton Staples was released.
No.
And then, courtroom 2, someone is speaking, looks like, and someone's speaking with an attorney, their voices are carrying, so I just
Yes,
want
ma'am.
to let you know
We'll
that.
use the microphone. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so, and Mr. Trejo, please tell Mr. McLean that we're ready to address this case now, because that's long enough.
Will do, Your Honor. I'll step back and go grab it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Got it. Oh, yes.
Miss Grace, you can close out that breakout room and we can have Mr. McLean back.
Okay.
All right, Mr. McLean, can you see and hear us on the laptop? You just need to unmute.
Yes, Your Honor, that's going to be a not guilty. Bond is moot. I actually do have a form, waiver of presence and arraignment, which I can fill out and
All right.
sign for him, and that'll take care of that.
All right, this is regarding Gerardus Peters.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Peters, in your particular case, your attorney is going to submit a not guilty plea, and your case is going to be further notice for trial. You will get notice for your next trial date. Thank you. Medical, we've concluded with Mr. Peters. Mr. McLean, we'd like to resume with Mr. Seymour, positions 21 and 22, and an additional case. And I believe Ms. Falk may have sent you some information, but Ms. Falk, if you can resend the information on PD laptop.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
And then the remainder of the cases, we need an update from AC/DC.
Let's see, from where I am, let's see, there's not a phone here. When you send it to this laptop, oh, I see it. Okay, let me jot that down. I do have an extra.
Unless we can place you in a breakout with
No,
Mr.
no.
Seymour.
If Miss Falk and I had a breakout for a second, that would work.
Okay. I just got a message back from some of the jail staff. They are working on getting AC/DC connected to the portal.
Okay. All right, we'll take a 2-minute recess. Miss Grace, please place Ms. Falk and Mr. McLean in a breakout. Mr. McLean, 3-minute breakout starting now.
Okay.
Okay, Judge.
All
Your Honor,
right,
who is the host in this?
Melissa Grace.
Miss Grace, can you please put Jakari Seymour, with Your Honor's approval, obviously, into the Zoom with into the breakout with Mr. McLean?
Okay, who you want in there, Ms. Falk? I'm sorry.
Jail Court iPhone. Jail Court iPhone. You will
Okay,
see a message
will
on your
do.
screen to go in the
Okay.
breakout.
He just needs to, Your Honor, he needed to communicate the offer to his client, the final
Understood.
case. Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, Miss Grace, please let Mr. McLean know that we are ready to address this case.
Okay, Judge.
There we go. All right, Mr. McLean, are we ready?
We're ready on Mr. Seymour's 3 cases. One was added, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Seymour, you've already been advised of your rights and your attorney. And there is an additional third case, 22 CR 006923E, in which you were accused of theft by shoplifting from August 28, 2022. So, Ms. Falk, what is the offer with respect to all the three cases?
I'm not familiar with the file.
I'm sorry, you're on mute?
On 8317E, position 21, the criminal trespass, it's 12 months served, 4 days, credit for time served, 2 days.
No, you don't need her.
From December 15th to December 16th.
Just one second. I'm sorry. Mr. McLean, your discussion is overriding Ms. Falk's announcement.
Sorry, Your Honor.
That's right.
Let me continue just a second with that one. Let's get back to this, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Judge Law. I have to ask McLean a quick question about who we needed for ACDC. We have them on the phone now.
Okay, go ahead and mute PD laptop then while Ms. Falk makes an announcement. Thank you. Sorry about that, Ms. Falk.
Of course. On the criminal trespass, it's 12 months served, 4 days, credit for time served, 2 days. That's 12/15 to 12/16/2022. The balance will be suspended and it's going to be a stay away from 3675 Auditorium Way, which is the College Park Auditorium. On the criminal trespass case 7598E, it's going to be 12 months served, 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. That's from November 29th of this year to today. The balance will be probated. It is a stay away from 930 Spring Street Northwest, which is the University House Midtown Apartments, and 40 hours of community service. The defendant's last case, which was an add-on, and I believe that case number was
22 CR 006923E.
Correct. That state's recommendation is going to be 12 months served, 6 days, credit for time served, 3 days. That's going to be from October 16th to October 18th, 2022. Balance suspended. Stay away from the Valero at 3293 Main Street in College Park. We do have an FTA on that case as well, so I am requesting that Michael, I'm going to send an email to Mr. Jordan to create a 23 FTA number so I can go ahead and do the null pros on that.
All right, you would have to contact Ms. Champion for that. Oh, all right.
Yes, Your Honor.
FTA matter. Okay. Mr. McLean, you've had a chance to confer with Mr. Seymour with regards to the two cases on the calendar and the add-on.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry for the seeming distractions, but Mr. Seymour and I are actually quite clear on all three of his substantive cases, and he is clear on his plea.
All right. Mr. Seymour, just to make sure that I've already placed you on oath, you please raise your right hand again. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McLean, we stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID on all three cases?
For the purposes of this plea, we do. These pleas, we do so.
All right. Mr. Seymour, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood the three cases that have been brought against you and your discussions with your attorney?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with your attorney services?
Yes.
Have you, is anyone forcing you to enter into a guilty plea with regards to all three cases?
No.
And are you doing so freely, willingly, and voluntarily? Are you entering a plea freely, willingly, and voluntarily?
Yes.
Mr. Seymour, has it been explained to you that if you enter a guilty plea to these three cases, that you will not have a trial? You will have to give up your right to a trial. You will not be able to confront your accuser. You will not be able to challenge the evidence brought against you, not be able to present any defenses of mitigating factors if you choose to do so. And you will not have the ability, not the opportunity rather, to have the state try to prove all three cases against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
from the case ending in 8317E, criminal trespass and damage to property from December 15, 2022. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 4 days, credit for time served 2 days, balance suspended. Auditorium Way in College Park, Georgia. In case 22 CR 006923E, in which you are charged with theft by shoplifting from August 28, 2022. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 6 days, credit for time served 3 days, balance suspended. You're to stay away from the Valero gas station at 3293 Main Street in College Park. Now, with regards to the latest case, ending in 7598E, the charge is criminal trespass from November 29, 2023. How do you plead?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days, balance probated. You will report to the probation office next Thursday before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While on probation, you will complete 40 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency, which is not a church and not a school. And you are to stay 200 yards away from 930 Spring Street, which is the University House Midtown Apartments, the entire apartment complex. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, that concludes your cases. Thank you. Mr. McLean, I've gone over the calendar with Mr. Trejo, and we have all the cases from ACDC to address. And then for you, we have positions 23, 27, 28, and 29 yet to be addressed. ACDC has not reported yet on Zoom. So I'm going to go into my breakout for my 11 o'clock competency calendar. And then we will resume with the I have 3 individuals here, and Ms. Christine Meadows, what is the name of the person whose case you're trying to address?
It's my Carson Meadows, my son.
All right, please mute. Zoom user, the lady in the red shirt, could you tell me which case you're here for? You're on mute? You're on mute? Can't hear you. DBR12, the lady with wearing the dark glasses. I don't know what your name is. What case are you here for? You need to unmute.
Judge, this is on the competency hearing.
Hi, my name is Leslie Rutherford for Carson Meadows.
Okay, all right. And Zoom user, who are you here for? The lady in the red shirt who just unmuted?
I am here for Orion Kaplan.
All right, thank you. All right, and Mr. Trejo, what was your announcement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you saying something?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Haddad was just making the announcement that I think we believe that these ladies are here for the competency calendar.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out who is for who. Okay, thank you. All right, Miss Grace, if you could place me in the breakout with Miss Falk, Miss Burgess, Miss Abden, and then we can start with Carson Meadows. So please place the panel with Krista Meadows and DBR12 into the breakout. And
also Kasha's on.
And Kasha as well, please. Thank you.
I have her. Thank you, Ms. Burgess. Judge, you said DBR12 and who else?
DBR12, Krista Meadows, Rachel Abden, Kasha, Kia Burgess, and my victim advocate, Iman Shaney, and Miss Falk, and myself. You will see a message on your screen to join a breakout room.
Okay.
All right, and Mr. McLean,
All right,
if you want
so
to,
just toggle
mute,
on
yeah, thank you. And Zoom user who's here for Orion, we will have you join the breakout as when we are addressing that case. All right?
Okay. Requesting annual meetings for most benevolent outcome, trying to get a bet ASAP. It'd be even better than I can.
Hey, Mr. McLean, do you know what time they're gonna start the conference calendar?
They're doing it.
They're doing the interviews for the conference calendar now?
We're not sure. We believe that that calendar may have already started. I know that there were some folks who were here for that and just
Okay, I just didn't want to come down, they had to come back up. Okay, then, thank you.
they might have already gotten it going already.
All right, appreciate it.
Got it.
for us to be let in. I am that I am. Well, what's going on? Nothing's, I'm on Zoom call, but she's handling other cases. And he said he may be the competency calls on another Zoom number. He did this last year too. So,
Ma'am, can you mute your mic? Everybody hear your conversation. Thank you.
yes.
What'd you get?
When I get out.
All right, let's proceed with ACDC. We have cases. ACDC, thank you so much for logging in. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can. I just had it.
All right. If I hope all the ladies there can see me and hear me. My name is Judge Lal. This is going to be the all-purpose misdemeanor calendar with the State Court of Fulton County. I'm going to be addressing each of your cases on a one-on-one basis. Please remember that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and one will be appointed to represent you. Starting with position 23, do we have Brittany Shelton? Brittany Shelton, please come forward. Ms. Shelton, could you raise your hand, please? Okay, I just want to be sure who I'm addressing. Ms. Shelton is case 23 CR 7631C, accused of theft by taking. And Ms. Shelton, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean, I understand this is going to be a not guilty plea. Are you filing a waiver of arraignment? Are you on mute, Mr. McLean?
We do have the forms with us. We can file one today, Your Honor.
You're asking for a bond modification. Please proceed.
Your Honor, the bonds in this case are a couple of $1,000s. In all candor to the court, she has a related, in the sense of same alleged victim, former employer, felony case going on, which is also equally invalid, and she's going to win both trials, Your Honor. But it would be helpful if she had a signature bond on the misdemeanor matters, as she has her family helping her make the bond on the felony.
Ms. Falk?
Sheldon.
The defendant has a, let's see, $2,000 signature bond, surety bond on the misdemeanor theft by taking. She also has a foreign hold out of Gwinnett County. No bond on a burglary in the second degree, 3 counts under 224120. That's a 22 CP case. Then she has 2 counts of criminal attempt to commit a felony, 2 counts of possession of a tools for commission of a felony, and 1 count of possession and use of drug related objects under 23 CP 223800, that she has a $12,500 bond set on. So between the bond that's set, the no bond, and the foreign hold, I'm fine with converting this to a signature bond. But I just want to point out that if we convert this to a signature bond, the time credit for time she's been accruing will stop. And so anytime she's in jail beyond this, on the many, many other charges she's on, she will not be getting credit for time served toward this case.
Understood.
All right. The bond is set at $1,000 signature bond through the jail. No further contact with Christian Lemon, and stay away from the Jersey's Mike at 5855 State Bridge Road in Alpharetta, Georgia. All right, Mr. McLean, if you'll submit the proposed order, that would be helpful.
I will do so.
Thank you. Next position is position 27, and that is going to be Donna Spidell.
Your Honor, this is a non-negotiated plea.
All right. Ms. Donna Spidell's case number is 23 CR 007-476E, accused of battery from April 10th, 2023. Ms. Spidell, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is going to be Mr. McLean. This is going to be a non-negotiated plea, which means that the prosecution will give me a recommendation if you decide to plead guilty, and your attorney will give me a recommendation. I will tell you which recommendation I'll accept, keeping in mind I have a right to disregard either one and have the case set for trial. Please raise your right hand for the purposes of the plea. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who needs a breakout with clients at ACDC?
That would be me, Your Honor, and they should be very brief.
All right, you're gonna have to, I'm not sure how they're gonna do it because right now the phone is being used
Okay,
for the, thank you.
great. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy? Are you driving? I'm sorry, sir. Why don't you talk to me when you're pulled over? Or can you unmute now?
Yes, no, I had somebody else holding the phone.
All right.
Now I'm stopped.
We had waited for you, but you had not appeared, so the competency calendar was concluded. But I'll be glad to go back into a breakout with you as soon as I'm done with my SAP calendar.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, sorry, Ms. Falk, we can resume with Ms. Donna Spidell. What's the recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor. The recommendation on this case is going to be 12 months to serve, 270 days, credit for time served, 17 days. That's going to be from November 27th, 2023. No further contact with Frederick Dean Sullivan. Stay away from the Atlanta Recovery Center at 169 Trinity Avenue and MHET. We would like to sound for Mr. Frederick Sullivan.
Mr. Frederick Dean Sullivan, if you're present, please unmute and start your video. All right. Mr. McLean, yes, sir. 270 days to credit 17 days. So she'll be in the Fulton County Jail for a significant period of time if that's the route we go.
That's the issue, Your Honor. In all candor to the court, Your Honor, the police report did say it was a small stick and that she hit him on the wrist with it. And then when she was ejected out the front door into the outside, the allegation was she threw the small stick back into the lobby area and hit him on the chin. So that's why it was so serious, and that's why the state's recommendation, I'm sure, is as high as it is, because it's not good to have somebody hit the face. Your Honor, she's in bad shape. She needs drug rehab. She is recognizing that. She says she's in a really needful state right now where she wants to get to drug rehab as soon as possible. She was shocked by she was shocked by the 270-day recommendation. I explained to her the calculation would be that's 9 months. You should divide it in half. That would be 4.5 with good behavior in jail. And then you would take that 17 days off of it, and that'd still leave you with 4 months extra to go. And she's asking the court to consider, could it only be something like a half a month or a full month or a month and a half or something more in that neighborhood, because she recognizes the seriousness of the case. But she feels like 4 months is, she's not saying it's excessive. She's just saying it's a hard burden and she wants to get on with her drug rehab, but she'll understand it either way the court goes.
Your Honor, and my apologies. I was kind of juggling multiple things over on my side of things. I did not realize this was a non-negotiated plea. So when Your Honor has an opportunity, I would like to give you a little bit more of the facts and her history, which is extensive and informed the state's decision to make the recommendation we did.
You may proceed.
We agree it is.
All right. So this actually, yes, he was struck with a stick. He had to receive stitches, Mr. Sullivan did. So it wasn't a little stick that caused no problems. He had to go to the hospital. He did have to receive stitches as a result of this incident. Additionally, and going back through the history of this defendant, her history was the reason, additionally, including this case, which is why we made the recommendation we did. She actually has 37 cycles. Going to just the cycles regarding violence, she has a 2009 case where she was found guilty of battery in 2010 in DeKalb County. She has an aggravated assault case in 2011 where she was found guilty, given 3 years and 6 months probation and 6 months in confinement. She has a, let's see, failure to appears, probation violations. She was arrested in 2011 for robbery. Additionally, she was, let's see, sorry, getting through all the probation violations. 2015, she was convicted of simple battery, given 11 months, 21 days probation, and the rest was served in jail. Let's see. She also had a simple assault case that she was pled guilty to in Fulton County Court in January of 2019. She was given 8 months confinement on that case. And another aggravated assault arrest in 2019, which was then later dismissed, as well as a 2020 arrest for battery. And I just need to check and see the status of that last battery case, which was under 20 CR 005520E in Fulton County State Court. So as your honors heard, and that's does not even cover the failure to appears and the probation violations. This is just arrests for violence. And the last conviction she had was 8 months confinement. And so for the state to go lower than 240 days in jail when she caused someone to have stitches is simply just not something the state is willing to do. That 2020 case did end up being null prost in 2021, but I just wanted to give your honor a full picture of the actions of this defendant that led us to the recommendation we're at.
Mr. McLean, your client does have a consistent arrest record.
It is extensive, Your Honor, and she does admit that she is just totally throwing herself on the mercy of the court in this. The police report did say small in describing the stick. It didn't mention the stitches, although it says his arm was wrapped up.
Given the severity of the injury, irrespective of the size of the tool allegedly used, given her significant history of violence, given her consistent arrest record for at least the last 5 years involving offenses with violence and connected to them, Ms. Bedell, I'm not going to accept the defense recommendation. I think I would agree and concur with the state's position that you have a significant history of violence and that 270 days time in jail is sufficient for you to pay if you decide to plead guilty. Otherwise, you have a right to plead not guilty and have the case scheduled for trial. Ms. Bedell, what would you like to do? Would you like to have a trial in your case? Ms. Bedell, you need to speak up.
I guess I'll go ahead and plead guilty, even though, I mean, I don't understand like I do.
Mr. McLean, I don't believe her plea will be freely, willingly, and knowingly. It looks like she's doing it simply to get out of jail. If you'd like to file a waiver of arraignment, I'm going to further notice the case for trial. She does have a felony matter holding her.
She certainly does. Thank you, Your Honor.
Please submit the waiver of arraignment. Ms. Spedell, the court is not persuaded that your plea would be given freely, willingly, and voluntarily. So we are going to deem this to be your not guilty plea. And upon trial, the state would have the burden to prove the charge of battery. If the state does carry its burden of proof, then you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. The year in prison would be credited with the time that you've already served in jail.
I'm pleading guilty, ma'am. I promise.
I understand, Ms. Bedell, but I'm not convinced that you're doing so freely, willingly, and voluntarily.
I am. I promise I am.
Mr. McLean,
She, while certain phrases are not favored in a situation to show sincerity of pleading guilty, such as I guess, I do try to warn my clients that those are not good phrases. But Your Honor, she did indicate to me yesterday that her pleading guilty would be consistent with whatever the judge decides on this. I'm going to stick with it.
all right. Ms. Bedell, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. McLean, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
For the purpose of the plea, we certainly do.
All right. Ms. Bedell, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
That day?
Today.
Today, no, ma'am.
Have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you satisfied with your legal representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you being forced to enter a guilty plea today?
No, ma'am.
Do you agree with the state's assertion that you picked up a stick and you struck Mr. Frederick Sullivan, causing a cut that required stitches?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you understand that if you decide to plead guilty to the battery charge, that you will not have the opportunity for a trial? You will not go back to court and confront your accuser, have the assistance of an attorney to be able to challenge the evidence and the witnesses that are brought in front of you. You will any mitigating factors if you choose to do so. And you will also have to give up your right to have the prosecution try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
This would be the final decision of the court and there's no right to file an appeal. Are you prepared to accept that?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
How do you plead to one count of battery?
I plead guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 270 days, credit for time served 17 days. Once you are completed with your 270 days, you will be placed on, the balance will be suspended. Once you're released, you're to have no contact with Frederick Sullivan, and you're to stay away from the Atlanta Recovery Center at 169 Trinity Avenue. And I do beg your pardon, it's not suspended, you'll be on probation. You'll be on probation, and while you're on probation, you will need to submit to an MH evaluation and any treatment that's required. So the first day that immediately after you're released after 270 days, you have to report to probation on the first available business day, which is Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next position we have is position 28. That's Mr. McLean's client, and that is Debbie Stanford. She's got positions 28 and 29. Miss Debbie Stanford, is Miss Debbie Stanford going to be seated in the brown chair or? All right, Ms. Stanford, could you please raise your hand if that's you seated at the chair? All right, thank you. Debbie Stanford is accused of improper solicitation of money and a bench warrant matter. The underlying case is 23 CR 1366F, and the bench warrant is 23 FTA 1120. This is from the incident, the misdemeanor offense is allegedly from September 8th, 2021. Ms. Stanford, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Michael McLean. Mr. McLean, are we still going to proceed with the waiver of arraignment and a bond modification hearing?
Your Honor, I did discuss the case with her. She is pleading not guilty. She's turning down a time served period offer, no balance suspended whatsoever. She feels that her asking for the money was inappropriate.
For reading of the accusation?
Oh, no, the reading accusation, we waive it.
Mr. McLean?
We do waive it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Accusation. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state will be filing a motion on this case. This defendant has been in jail for 11 days and the state did read the allegations involved and reviewed them, and we will not be going forward.
You're gonna null pros them?
Yep.
Okay. Miss Debbie Stanford, both your cases are going to be closed out and the state's not going to proceed with the prosecution. If you have no other holds, you'll be released within 24 hours. Thank you.
And just to clarify, this is not due to the fact that we don't believe the charges are valid. We do. We
So
also
noted.
take into consideration the jail time.
Understood. Thank
Right.
you. Ms. Stanford, you'll be released within 24 hours. Thank you. The cases are closed. Well, not quite the enthusiasm I was expecting, but you know. Brianna Cole.
So, COL.
ACDC, may we have Brianna Cole in the chair?
Yes, she's coming.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Trejo, which cases do you need to confer with?
Your Honor, I was hoping to speak with Ms. Cole, Ms. Connor and Ms. Glover as well. Ms. Cole and Ms. Connor have both agreed to negotiated pleas that one of my colleagues walked them through before Tuesday's calendar. I just wanted to touch base with them very briefly just to make sure that that they understand everything and that their decision from Tuesday still stands today.
Do you represent Taisha Glover too?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is that a negotiated plea as well?
No, Your Honor, she would like to be heard on bond.
Okay. And are you going to file a waiver of arraignment in Miss Taisha Glover?
Yes, ma'am. We can do that.
Let's ACDC, may I have Taisha Glover on the seat, please? We will address Miss Cole and Miss Connor after their attorney speaks with them. Mr. McLean, are the remainder of the calendars on the add-on SAP, are those your clients, Ashley Johnson and Ashley Martha?
I do have Ashley Johnson and Ashley Marcha.
Okay, and do you need to confer with them?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Miss Taisha Glover, could you please raise your hand if you're seated there? Thank you. Miss Glover, my name is Judge Lal, and you have two cases, 23 CR 7561B, in which you're accused of battery, family violence from July 14, 2023. And your second case is 23 CR 7562B, in which you're accused of theft by deception from November 27, 2023. You've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. Javier Trejo, and your attorney has indicated that he will be entering a not guilty plea on your behalf for both cases. So the matter we're going to address is your bond. Mr. Trejo?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Glover has, we don't believe that Ms. Glover would be a flight risk. She does have substantial ties to the community, namely her, on her father's side. She had been staying with her cousin. She has 4 children, and she does have legal custody of her children. Their ages are 9, 7, 4, and 3. She is gainfully employed. She got as far as the 11th grade, Your Honor, at Douglas High School here in Atlanta. And regarding her employment, Your Honor, she had been working at the Sansada Hotel in Midtown. She's been it's a housekeeping position, but it is a position that she has held since September of 2018. Once again, Your Honor, we believe that she does have some history. She has a 2015 case here in Fulton County, and a few others, some of which were dismissed. However, they are sufficiently attenuated that we do not believe that she would be at risk of reoffending if she should be placed on bond. She does currently have a $1,500 bond on her family violence charge and a $1,000 bond on her theft charge as well. And she has served 14 days as of today.
16 days, according to
16, apologies, Your Honor, 16.
Okay. Ms. Falk?
Yes, Your Honor. If we could have pretrial just go over her history.
Ms. Jackson? It's
I'm
pretrial.
here, Your Honor, actually.
Oh, Ms. Tyson. Okay, yes.
Yes.
This is position 4 and 5 on the add-on SAP calendar.
Yes, Miss Glover, she has 6 arrest cycles beginning in 2015. She has an FTA from 2019 out of Fulton County, another FTA out of, looks like Morrow from 2020. Let's see, a misdemeanor conviction out of Clayton County for theft by shoplifting. That's from February of 2021. And GCIC does indicate that she has 2 holds, one out of Jonesboro. Warrant was signed February 15, 2022. Looks like for a probation violation. And the second hold, let's see, is out of Atlanta. Warrant was signed August 1st, 2023 for a simple assault. Nothing to add, Your Honor.
One was Jonesboro, and what was the other one? Was it Morrow?
Let's see. So the warrant, the holds,
Yes.
Jonesboro was the first one, and that looks like it's for a misdemeanor probation violation. And the second one is out of Atlanta.
Okay.
And that's where it says simple assault. That warrant was signed August 1st of 2023.
All right. Yes,
Nothing
Ms.
to add.
Thank you, Ms. Tyson. Ms. Falk?
Yes, Your Honor. So I just kind of wanted to give you an overview of the FTAs, of which she has 2, the holds for other offenses in other counties, of which she has 2 as well, one of which is showing in the jail screen. As far as these cases are concerned, the family violence happened on July 14th of 2023. Officers were flagged down by Miss Shakita Greggs, who stated that her daughter, the defendant, got into a verbal argument with her, and then Miss Greggs, let me see. Sorry, Your Honor, I'm just very small writing here. Miss Greggs stated that she could see Taisha throwing Miss Glover, around the room and hitting her head on the wall. She tried to verbally stop her, but she kept on hitting Miss Glover. Miss Greggs stated that Taisha left the building and on foot with 2 pieces of mail. Officers were treating Miss Glover, who was going in and out of consciousness, and had to be transported to Emory Hospital as a result of this physical abuse. And so that was one of the cases, the family violence battery. The second case involved this defendant on November 27th, reporting, Tyler Cummings reported that around 8 o'clock, he was approached by 2 individuals, one of which was the defendant. They asked him, they offered to give him cash if he could send them money on Zelle. They kept pushing him until he handed their phone over and at that point they sent themselves $76. He then asked if they could send him back some of the money, and they said no. He went back to his dorm room. This is a Georgia Tech student, and reported this to the police. So essentially he was, and according to Mr. Cummings, was coerced into giving them money. And so he was concerned based on the fact that there were 2 individuals confronting him he did not know, demanding money at about 9 o'clock at night on the 27th. So as you know, it would have been dark by then. So given those 2 circumstances, Your Honor, and given her history, we believe the bond that was set is fair and reasonable to given her risk of reoffense, as well as the fact that she has multiple FTAs.
Anything else, Mr. McLean? This is Mr.
No,
McLean?
Your Honor, this one is mine.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Trejo, sorry.
No, Your Honor.
Yes. Bond request is denied. The bond is reasonable and consistent with criminal history record and the allegations set forth in the current cases, and given the multiple holds she has in multiple jurisdictions. It's she clearly does not meet the ALA factors for a signature release. Thank you. Mr. Glover, both your cases are going to be further notice for trial.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ashley Johnson. Ashley Johnson. Ms. Johnson, my name is Judge Law, and you have also two cases before us. The first one is 23 CR 2299J, accused of simple assault from September 25th, 2022. And the second case is a bench warrant 23 FTA 1098, and this is from June 15th, 2023. Ms. Johnson, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean, is this going to be a negotiated plea or?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, if you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Falk? I'm sorry, you're on mute, Ms. Falk?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation on this case is 12 months probation, 48 days, credit for time served 24 days. That's going to be from November 20th to November 27th. And then I have on here November 27th to today. Let me just double check that. Balance probated, 6 weeks anger awareness, no further contact with Aaliyah Lee, and stay away from 5405 Forest Down Lane. We would like to sound for Miss Lee at this time, and the state does ask that the defense stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of this plea.
We do.
All right. Ms. Johnson, have you consumed any Medicaid? Oh, I'm sorry, Aaliyah Lee, excuse me, Aaliyah Lee.
No.
No, yeah. I don't hear from Aaliyah Lee, so I'm so sorry, Ms. Johnson. Was there a no to not consuming any alcohol and medicine?
No.
Correct. Have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to plead guilty today?
No.
And if you decide to do so, you would have to give up your right to a trial, to go back to court to confront your accuser, to be able to challenge the evidence brought against you, and to have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up this right?
Yes.
Give up these rights?
I'm sorry.
Ms. Johnson, if you decide to plead guilty, you would have to give up your right to have a trial in a court of law. You will not be able to confront your accuser. You will not be able to challenge the witnesses and the evidence brought against you. And you will give up your right to have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of simple assault?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 48 days, credit for time served 24 days. If you have no other cases holding you at the jail, you'll be released to report to probation. Your report date is next Thursday before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. While you're on probation, you will complete 6 anger management classes, and they must begin within 60 days of being released. You are to have no contact with Aaliyah Lee, and you have to stay away and not return to 5405 Forest Down Lane in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you. The bench warrant matter will be null prost.
Your Honor, would it be possible to make that non-reporting when she does the anger awareness?
Any objection from the state?
State doesn't have an objection. I will put on the record that she was arrested in municipal court in a municipal jail. She was in a municipal jail from November 20th, 2023, at which point she was brought over to our jail and then did the 18 days. So that's where we were getting the calculations from.
Okay. We will amend the disposition to a non-reporting probation once she has satisfactorily completed the anger management classes. Thank you. Ashley Ann Marcher. Ms. Johnson. Ashley Ann Marcher.
Right here.
All right, please have a seat where,
Yes, you can.
Your Honor, just to.
is that Miss Marcher? Miss Marcher, raise your hand. Okay, good. I'm so sorry. The screen is freezing up, so I'm missing some scenes. Okay. All right. Yes, Miss Falk, what was your announcement?
So, Your Honor, the victim on the Taisha Glover case joined us just before we started the last plea. So if we could address her.
Call out the name. Is this
her name on the Zoom is, let's see.
Glover? That was
Taisha Glover.
Yeah.
And I know Your Honor denied the bond, but she is present. I just wanted to make sure she was acknowledged.
Okay, that would have been, I don't have the name of the alleged victim. Who is involved in the case with Taisha Glover? Please unmute and start your video. Okay.
It's me, Jay.
All right, you need to start your video. All right.
I'm trying to.
All right, Miss Champion or Miss Grace, please mute Miss Sharon until she gets her video started. Thank you. All right, okay, there she is. Miss Sharon, yes. We addressed the Taisha Glover case and her bond was denied and her case is going to be rescheduled for trial.
Oh my God. All right.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ashley Ann Marcher, you have 5 counts of theft by deception under accusation number 22 CR 3025J from January 8th, 2020 through January 21st, 2020. Will the host please remove Ms. Sharon from the Zoom? Thank you. And Ms. Marcher, you've been advised of your right to remain silent and your attorney is Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean, is this going to be a plea and negotiation?
It is. It is, Your Honor, yes.
Ms. Marcher, if you please raise your right hand. Your other right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Ms. Falk?
Yes, Your Honor. The state's recommendation on this case as to the first count of theft by deception, 12 months probation, serve 34 days, credit for time served 17 days. That's going to take it from August 5th, 2021 to August 6th, 2021, and November 28th of 2023 until today. We are also asking for the balance to be probated and an anti-theft course. Stay away from the Family Dollar at 2433 Delow Drive, and the state is also requesting $1,493.46 in restitution. Count 2, we are asking for 12 months probation consecutive to count 1. Counts 3 through 5 will be 12 months probation concurrent to count 1. So that's going to be a total of 24 months, serve 34 days in jail, balance probated, anti-theft, stay away from the Family Dollar at 2433 Delow Drive, and $1,493.46 in restitution to the Family Dollar.
So basically 2 years of probation, pay restitution of about $1,493 and stay away from the Family Dollar store.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. McLean, is that what your client has agreed to?
That is, Your Honor, yes.
All right. Ms. Marcher, and do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID, Mr. McLean?
We do.
Ms. Marcher, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No.
And have you understood the proceedings?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
And is anyone forcing you to enter a guilty plea to these 5 counts of theft by deception?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You understand that if you decide to plead guilty, that you will be giving up your right to have a trial. You will be giving up your right to challenge the evidence and the witnesses brought in front of you to confront your accuser, to present any defenses, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
How do you plead to these 5 counts of theft by deception?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 34 days, credit for time served 17 days. The balance will be probated. While you're on probation, you will stay away from the Family Dollar Store in Delow Drive. You have a restitution to pay for $1,493. Those payments must be made directly to your probation officer, who will then remit the funds to the appropriate store. On count 2, it will be 1 year probation consecutive to count 1. Counts 3, 4, and 5 will be concurrent to count 1. Thank you. That leaves us with Mr. Trejo's cases. ACDC, who's managing the phone there?
Lieutenant Calloway, be advised, the gentleman is not located here anymore. He's back at the main jail. I did notify them so they can try to assist us with ensuring that he get on the Zoom.
Oh, which
My clients
gentleman?
are 2 ladies.
Oh, okay. So Mr. Trejo is going to use his laptop and he's going to go into a breakout. And you will see a message on your screen, Lieutenant Calloway, to join the breakout as well, so that he can confer with the 2 cases that he has to address.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And in the
Yes.
meantime, so Miss Grace, if you can place Mr. Trejo, your laptop is going to go into the breakout.
Great,
So if
thank
you
you,
could
Your Honor.
put the message there. And ACDC, you will see a message on your screen to join the breakout. Miss Grace,
Okay.
as soon as you've addressed that, Miss Falk, you can return to the same breakout for the competency calendar.
Sure.
And it would be Miss Falk, myself, Mr. Dennis Murphy. You're going to see a message on your screen to join the competency breakout. And Zoom user, you're going to see a message on your screen. Kasha, would you like to join us? Are you with this case or?
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not. It's a conflict.
Okay, you're free to go then. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ma'am.
So
All right.
I'm doing 2 breakouts, Judge, one with Mr. Trejo's laptop and ACDC, and then you, Ms. Falk, Dennis Murphy, and Zoom user.
Right, and we will be back in the competency breakout room.
Okay.
Do I just go back to the old breakout room that you had me in before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, if the folks who were in the competency calendar before, you can just click on the 3 dots on your screen and it'll put you back in the same breakout. It'll be breakout room 3.
Only have enough money to buy your pack.
It's my heart too.
All right, going back to our add-on probation calendar, we are addressing position number. Well, I'm ACDC, where are you? Did we lose them? You lose the connection with ACDC?
We had a connection, Your Honor. I'm not sure where they went.
Miss Grace, did they drop out of the breakout and leave the meeting?
Judge, I just put them back in the main session, so
Okay.
hopefully.
There. Okay. ACDC, please unmute. Jail court, iPhone, and medical, do you have these cases before us? Medical, who do you have?
Have, Mr. Meadows on the conference calendar.
Mr. Meadows' case has been addressed and his attorneys will be in touch with him. Thank you. He's free to go. Jail court, iPhone, who do we have?
I have Mr. Beavers on the conferencing calendar, one and two, positions 1 and 2.
That case has been addressed and is going to be reset to December 21st. His attorneys will be in touch with him.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
You say it's been addressed? Yes,
It's
ma'am.
been
You say
addressed by your attorneys. It's going to be reset to the SAP calendar next week.
What does SAP mean, ma'am?
Is state all purpose where you can either plead not guilty or you can take a plea.
God bless you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Brianna Cole at ACDC, could you please raise your hand if that's you? We can see you. Perfect. Thank you very much.
I see.
All right, Ms. Cole, my name is Judge Lal, and we are addressing your case 23 CR 007560F, in which you were accused of giving false information to an officer, willful obstruction of an officer, and possession and use of drug-related objects. This is from November 20th, 2023, under accusation number 23 CR 7560F.
Yes, Your Honor.
And your attorney is Mr. Javier Trejo. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Falk, what's the recommendation for Ms. Cole?
State's recommendation is 12 months served, 30 days, credit for time served, 15 days. That's going to be from November 28th of 2023. Balance probated, 40 hours of community service. Count 2 will merge with count 1. Count 3 is going to be 12 months concurrent to count 1. We would ask the defense to stipulate to venue, factual basis, and identification for the purposes of the plea.
So stipulated for the plea.
Thank you. Ms. Cole, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the proceedings?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Falk, I'm sorry, I was writing so fast, I couldn't read my own handwriting. So I'm sorry about it. 30 days, sir, 15 days.
Yes.
This was, and then count 2 and count 3 are concurrent, right?
Well, count 2 merges with count 1. Count 3 runs concurrent. Count 1 also has balance probated 40 hours of community service.
That's the part I couldn't make out. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Cole. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has it been explained to you that in order for you to enter this plea, that you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial, to be able to confront your accuser, to have the assistance of counsel so that you can challenge the witnesses and the evidence brought against you, and have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt? Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you doing so freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. How do you plead to 1 count of giving false information to an officer, willful obstruction of an officer, and possession and use of a drug-related object?
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me rephrase that. Count 2 is going to merge. Isn't that correct, Ms. Falk?
That is, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me rephrase that, Ms. Cole. How do you plead to 1 count of giving false information to an officer and 1 count of possession and use of a drug-related object.
I plead guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, your sentence on count 1 is 12 months to serve 30 days, credit for time served 15 days, balance probated, and count 2 will merge. Count 3 will be concurrent, and you'll be required to do 40 hours of community service. Once you have completed your 40 hours community service, may we terminate her probation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You will report to probation next Thursday before 3 p.m. at 132 Mitchell Street. While you're on probation, you will complete 40 hours of community service at any nonprofit agency, which is not a church and not a school.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that concludes your case. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a blessed day, Your Honor.
You too. Thank you. Mr. Trejo, we have your client, Nia Connor. Ms. Connor, please have a seat. This is Ms. Connor accused of simple battery, family violence, and simple battery under accusation 22 CR 121E from January 8th, 2022. And she's got a bench warrant 23 FTA 1106 from August 16th, 2022. Ms. Connor, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and your attorney is Mr. Javier Trejo. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? Repeat.
I do.
Thank you. Position 2.
And that is gonna be a negotiated plea, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, the count 1, 12 months probation, serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. That's gonna be from January 8th to January 11th of 2022 and December 1st of 2023 until today. The balance will be probated. No further violent contact with Angelina Connor and Christian Connor. Family Violence Intervention Program. Pardon?
No. I don't know. It was, you broke up when it said no further violent contact with someone Connor?
Angelina Connor and Christian Connor.
Okay.
Family Violence Intervention Program, stay away from 7145 Magnolia Lane in Fairburn, 40 hours of community service, and we are requesting an MHET. Count 2 is going to be 12 months to run concurrent to count 1. And let's see, the other case, the failure to appear, we are entering a null process to that case upon this plea. We would like to sound for Miss Angelina Connor if she is here today.
Angelina Connor, if you're present. I do see a Mrs. Connor on Zoom. If you'd like to unmute and start your video. All right. Mrs. Connor, we are addressing the case with Nia Connor, in which she will be placed on probation. She is to stay away from the Magnolia Drive location and have no violent contact with you and Christian Connor. Do you have any comment about that?
I do. Hi, Your Honor. I'm Naya's mom, and I'm here in support of my daughter. I know that she's been going through a lot. We all have been going through a lot. And I'm here just to support her and let her know that I'm not afraid. We are not afraid. We are a family. We are here to support my daughter through whatever she needs. We want her here. We want her around us. We want to supply her with whatever love, support we can provide to her. Initially, this was not supposed to happen, her going to jail. We were asking, and I don't know if I could even say this in court, she was supposed to be transported other than jail.
Well, she's already been in jail. She's been arrested again.
Right.
She failed to appear in court. So tell me, how do you feel about her having no violent contact with you and Christian, and the fact that she cannot return to the Magnolia Drive location?
Well, we don't live there anymore. My daughter's welcome. She's forever welcome in my home, in my life. I'm never gonna cross my daughter out, no matter what anybody says. She's always welcome here with us. You know, me and my husband, they're not here, they're working, but she's here. We're gonna support her. I'm standing in need of my 63 family members who are not here. we support Naya. We're here. I
Okay.
want her here.
That's very good to hear. Very good to hear too. Thank you very much.
You're
All right.
welcome.
Mr. Trejo, I think you may have already stipulated to the factual basis, venue and ID.
I don't believe that we have, Your Honor, but we do.
Okay. Ms. Connor, I need to ask you some questions. Have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No,
No.
ma'am.
All right. If you could just give me 1 second, please. Apologies for that. As I was saying, Ms. Connor, have you consumed any medicine or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with your attorney?
Absolutely.
And is anyone forcing you to enter a guilty plea with regards to the charges brought against you?
No, ma'am, I take full responsibility.
Has it also been explained to you that if you decide to plead guilty and accept the sentence in accordance with the recommendation of the state, that you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial? You will not be able to go back to court to confront your accuser, have the assistance of counsel to challenge the evidence and witnesses brought against you, to be able to present any defenses or mitigating factors, as well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple battery, family violence, and 1 count of simple battery from January 8th, 2022?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months to serve 32 days, credit for time served 16 days. You'll be released within 24 hours and you must report to your probation office next Thursday before 3 p.m. While you're on probation, you are to have no violent contact with Angelina and Christian Connor. You are to intervention program. You are to complete 40 hours of voluntary community service with any nonprofit agency that's not a church and not a school. You will also be required to complete an MH evaluation and submit yourself to any treatment that's required. Your probation officer will explain to you the MH evaluation and what kind of treatment you'll be required to do if it's provided by the healthcare provider. With regards to count 2, that will be concurrent. In other words, it will be the same sentence for count 2. The state has asked me to require you to stay away from Magnolia Drive, but based on the statements of the victim, Angelina Connor, I'm not going to impose a stay away. So you can have contact with the family and you can be in the same household as long as there are no physical or verbal altercations. Because if you get arrested again for any altercations, not only could you be facing a new case, but your sentence, your probation in this case, will then be revoked and you spend the rest of the year in jail. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
That will conclude the plea on this case and the bench warrant will be null prost. Yes, Ms. Connor?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Judge, I would like to ask if she can have her probation sent to, because we're no longer in Fulton County, can it be served here in this county?
I don't know what county you're in.
We're in Henry County.
All right. She would have to report to Fulton County and then probation until the probation office in Fulton agrees to transfer the matter to Henry County. Now, if they cannot do it, then she would far. We have people who live in Henry County who come here every day. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Bye, Mom. Coming.
Bye.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Connor. ACDC, do we have any other cases to address?
Who hasn't been on, what's your name? Rebecca Nisha?
That's you,
Yes.
B.
Yes, go ahead and place Ms. Tesson in front of the screen. Is Mr. McLean there by any chance?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Tesson Ubekwenisha.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Fine, thank you. Ms. Ubekwenisha, I'd just like to remind you that you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and presently your attorney is Ms. Rachel Jenks, Ms. Rachel Abden, and Mr. Michael McLean. Do you see Mr. Michael McLean on the screen?
I'm quite nearsighted, and the screen that I've got is a little bit tiny, so not necessarily. I'm gonna have to get closer.
He's not on the screen.
Okay, go ahead and wave your hand again, Mr.
Not on the screen.
All right, Mr. McLean, if you can sound out to your client.
Hi, Ms. Ubekwenisha.
Morning.
Okay, you can put your hand down, Mr. Ubekwenisha. All right, we had already addressed your case in the sidebar, and the concern is that we need you to have a constructive conversation with the lawyers I've just mentioned in order to see how you would like to resolve your current detention. Given the information we have about your case, you need to speak to your lawyers in order to understand what are the options available to you in order to consider. Do you understand?
I'd be willing to do that if they're willing to at the time for me to do so.
As soon as they speak with you, you need to keep an open mind and you need to have a very good faith conversation with them as to what your legal options are and to exercise one of them. Do you understand?
Yes.
And if you don't exercise any of the legal options that they provide to you, your case will be reset indefinitely until it goes to trial. All right?
When they are willing to meet.
We anticipate seeing her, Your Honor, after court today, but it'll be after we turn in certain paperwork, so it'll be about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
All right, so you're coming here?
Yes.
All right.
All right, that concludes this case. This case is reset to 12/21. Hopefully I'll hear a more favorable report from those conversations. Thank you. All right.
We have one more.
Yes.
What's your name?
Who is this, please?
Grace Cunningham.
All right. Ms. Cunningham, your attorney, Stephen Ward, will be in touch with you. He has entered a not guilty plea in your particular case, and he will be in touch with you to let you know how they're going to move forward. The case that you have before me right now, that is not holding you at the jail. What is holding you are matters that are in Superior Court of Fulton County. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, but Stephen Ward he did report and he did wait for up to 2 hours to speak with you. And then he told me that he will be filing a not guilty and your case will be further notice for trial. But he does understand that this is not the matter that's holding you, it's the Superior Court matters. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another one, Duval. Come on, Duval.
Please have a seat. Duval, can somebody enlighten me as to which?
Okay.
It's on my Duval.
Your Honor, I think
yes,
that's
I've got it.
Laronisha Duval.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow, good morning.
Laronisha Duval, is that your name?
Yes, ma'am.
Your attorney is Miss Maureen McLeod. Miss McLeod is presently still detained at a Fulton County jury trial. And Gwinnett County trial. And so she's unable to be present today, and we will address your case on December 21st.
What today it is?
Today is December 14th, so it'll be next Thursday.
So ain't nobody coming to visit me, or I'm not getting a signature bond? I don't know what's going on. Cause she never visited me at the booth, the cell phone booth. I never spoke.
We will definitely let her know that she needs to call you, but right now she couldn't get away from trial.
Good morning. All right.
Thank you.
On
Anyone
a-
else?
I want a new attorney and reset my court date for January.
Okay. AC/DC, do we have anyone else?
Anybody else? No, that concludes everybody.
Lieutenant, thank you so much for accommodating us. I know this has been difficult with the situation we had last week, but thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Mr. Trejo and Mr. McLean, I think I've already gone over the calendars. Do you need me to go over them again, or we good?
We're good. I think we're okay, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you catch that, Your Honor? I think the stream may have cut out.
Yeah, no, I got your announcement.
Excellent. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Falk, are we good then?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Champion? Ms. April Champion? I'm worried to make sure that she's okay with the all right, I'll call her, and otherwise, folks, we are in recess, and I think some folks need to get ready for a calendar at 2 o'clock. So thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Take care.